Nigeria, and to everyone joining us, whether from Nigeria or from the rest of the world, I salute you. My name is Frank Aibogun, and I'm the publisher of Business Day. I want to formally welcome you all to the Business Day Diaspora Today conference. We have organized this conference in association with Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, and I particularly like to acknowledge the support given to us by Honorable Abike Dabiri-Erewa, the head of the commission, who has been pivotal to the successful hosting of today's event. With the growing numbers of Nigerians in the diaspora, it is expected that there will be, from time to time, conversation around this part of our population, around what they do and the impact that they make on the Nigerian economy. Lately, the focus has shifted to discussions around the matter of diaspora remittances. But of course, you know that in the past, what fascinated us the most about this particular population was the issue that we all sought to grapple with, that they represented the talent lost to our nation. But today, our focus is not on those challenges. We are not here to mourn. Indeed, we're here to celebrate a great work being done by the Commission and, of course, by Nigerians in the diaspora. So that's the reason why Business Day and the Diaspora Commission have collaborated today to stage this conference in the hope that we can ponder on some key issues and profile ways of harnessing the huge potential of our diaspora population. This is why we have aptly themed today's conference, Gearing for Growth, Harnessing Diaspora Dynamism for Domestic Development. This is a key question we have to ask and hope we can find answers to for the benefit of our nation, Nigeria. We have an array of distinguished speakers today, including panelists, and apart from Honorable Abike Dabiri, I'm delighted to welcome also Yewande Sadiku of the Investment Promotion Council, who will be joining us, Ms. Patience Onia, the Director General of the Debt Management Office, Dr. Andrew S. Nevin, a friend of the House and a senior partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers. We also have the distinguished US-based academic, Professor Tony Falola, and of course our moderator, Dr. Franklin Ugu, who is of the faculty at the LBS. And there are indeed a number of others who will be joining us, panelists and speakers today. Without wasting much time, let's get into the main focus for today. And as we kick off, I'd like to take the delight and pleasure in inviting Honorable Abike Dabiri to deliver her keynote speech, and thereafter we will go into panel sessions. Once again, I welcome you all to this maiden edition of Business Day's Diaspora Today conference. And I do hope that the time you spend with us today will be worth your while. Welcome and God bless you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, my brother, Mr. Frank Aibogun. Again, nice to see you again. And thank you for putting this together, because we're talking here basically about human capital development. And NIDCOM is glad to be part of this and to, as you know, we don't have those resources, but glad to be part of you at this very, very important virtual seminar. So thank you once again, Business Day, for putting this together and for putting issues that has to do with Nigeria and investment and business and all the time on the front burner. So we commend you and congratulate you. I want to welcome all participants to this very, very important webinar and welcome my sister, Ms. Yewande Sadiku. And I'm sure, hopefully you're already here. So good morning, everyone. And yes, today's topic, harnessing diaspora dynamism for domestic development. And I like the use of the word diaspora dynamism, but I start by telling you who a diaspora is. Somebody who has lived in another country for at least 1 year and is contributing to that economy, has an address, is paying tax, and is living legitimately in another country. So that is the definition of a diaspora. You know, a lot of times we have issues of Nigerians getting into trouble, irregular migration, and government has to go and bring them back and help them back because they are Nigerians, and when you're in trouble, your country must come to your aid. But this is the definition of a diaspora. However, when there are issues, illegal migration, you get into trouble, we intervene when we can, but we keep encouraging Nigerians not to disobey laws of other countries, because when you do, you have to pay the penalty for breaking laws of other countries. So we're talking about almost 17 million Nigerians in the diaspora. Now, we still have issues with data. The 17 million is an estimate. Sometimes you hear 12, you hear 15. But one of the things that Diaspora Commission is doing is working at having an accurate database, and we're working with partners in that regard. So, but I know we're dealing with millions of Nigerians in the diaspora. In Africa alone, it's huge. And the Commission also intends to focus a lot more on Africa, South-South cooperation. Every time we're talking about America and Europe and all that, because you have a huge population, even in Africa here, and with the African AFTA coming on board, is an area to focus on. So, and when we talk of diaspora dynamism, honestly, Frank, you talked about brain drain, but we say brain circulation. You see, no matter wherever you go, your country is still your country. And everywhere we go, I mean, you're so proud to be a Nigerian. Yes, they left the shores of the country. Some left in search of greener pastures, some left for education. But here's the thing, Nigerians are excelling everywhere in the world. And if I say with pride that with the job that we have done in the Commission, I don't think any country has the number and the impact of the Nigerian diaspora anywhere in the world. Even President Obama admitted that. And when President Trump said Nigeria should be on some ban, we didn't even have to say anything. Americans came to our defense and said, no, Nigerians are simply the best. So the challenge is this: what do you do with that talent? What do you do with that dynamism? So if we have the best doctors in the world, 70% of doctors in America, Black doctors in America, are Nigerians. If I start listing success stories, we won't live here. You know, just in ago, in 1 day, 8 Nigerians got enlisted on 1 day into the NBA. Dr. Robert Okoje has just been inducted into the NASA Hall of Fame in America. And we also had Dr. Esobwe, who did the same thing. In the UK, a young lady, very young lady, got 2 world records on the same day. Masai Ujiri is there in Toronto, who won the NBA some years back and all that. So it's huge. So the challenge is, what do you do about this dynamism? And that is part of what we're engaging with today here at this forum. Now, one of the things that has happened is now you have a Diaspora Commission. We never had one before. The commission is about 1 year and a few months old now. And so now you have a focal organization to deal with the diaspora. And I'm glad now we have the Nigerian Diaspora Commission. So the commission, number one, we engage with Nigerians globally. In fact, you mentioned Dr. Falola. I hope Professor Falola is aware of this. We're planning an education summit for all Nigerians everywhere in the world in the education sector. What can you do? How can you contribute to the issue of education in Nigeria? And I know that we have Prof to be on the panel, but it's at the planning stage. So we're engaging Nigerians globally, positively, for the development of their country. Now we collaborate with a lot of agencies, Business Day, NIPC, NEPC, World Bank, IOM, CBN, missions and all that in terms of engaging the diaspora. Some time ago, you recall that there was a diaspora bond, $300 million diaspora bond that was oversubscribed. I'm hoping that the DMO, and I hope that DGDMO is also participating, will put in motion having another diaspora bond, hopefully this year, but if not, maybe next year. But it was oversubscribed, and Nigerians in diaspora said, when is the next bond? We want to, invest in our country. So now in every ministry and agency, we're working on having a diaspora desk. We already have a Ministry of Health, we have an EFCC, we're working with Federal Mortgage Bank. In the case of EFCC, if you have issues of somebody wants to dupe you, there's somebody to talk to. Health, because of our doctors, we have a diaspora desk, and we're engaging with Nigerian doctors in the diaspora. Ministry of Trade and Investment, we're working with Defense, we're working with NDLA. So when the diaspora policy comes on stream, we've had a bit of the delay, and I'm hoping the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will present the memo soon. We'll have a diaspora policy that will guide all diaspora engagements, and I know that will revolutionize our engagement with Nigerians in the diaspora. Now, we have what we call the Nigerian Diaspora Investment Summit. We partner with the Nigerian Diaspora Summit Initiative. Again, Business Day, thank you for partnering with us in that area. What we do is get Nigerians from all over the world together to look at areas you can invest. And honestly speaking, in the last 3 years, we have Nigerians in the diaspora invest particularly in business, education. We have everything tabulated in a document that we'll be presenting formally, and it's the passion, the interest. It's amazing. We have a Nigerian in Vietnam who is virtually one of the richest guys in Vietnam, and his wife, who was also with us last day and is looking into the aviation industry. We have some Nigerian that's looking into the charcoal industry. So many things like that. And then another thing we have done, we should work on the sub-national level. If you want to invest in Nigeria, you're not going to invest only in Abuja, maybe not even Abuja, you're going to states. So every state now has a diaspora focal person. At least we have, maybe not every, about 33. In fact, the governor of Kano said, you know what, for all of you in the diaspora, come and invest and give you free land. Just yesterday, we met with a team from Saudi Arabia. We had the Nigeria-Saudi Arabia Investment Summit. We had Nigerians born in Saudi Arabia. They had never been to Nigeria. About 50 of them came to Nigeria, had an investment summit, and they're coming again this year. We couldn't do last year because of COVID, and it's amazing what they want to do. Farming, manufacturing, all those Aram clothes that we wear when we go to Saudi can be done here. So many things we can do with the Diaspora Investment Summit, and I'm glad about the successes we're making. We have a Nigerian now who from Oyo State is exporting coffee to Rwanda. He's a young chap that was at our first summit. So there are many stories, and we keep encouraging the diaspora to get involved in their country. The NASA guy I spoke about, Dr. Okoje, is planning an investment that will make us export solar, not import from China. We have the sun, we have everything. So Dr. Okoje has been talking to government. He wants to bring his wealth of knowledge to help us export solar. We don't have to import from China. We have everything here. So if government supports someone like him and invest in that, that would be huge. And there's so much more we can do with the diaspora. And as my friend, Dr. Andrew Nelvin always says, we haven't tapped enough into the enormous potentials of the Nigerian diaspora. And that is exactly what the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission is trying to do. And we have Nigerians in diaspora also get into recyclable products, I said charcoal manufacture and a whole lot of things. And you know why they're doing that? Because we are engaging with them. So we have deals in chat rooms at the Diaspora Summit. So, and I hope that more of you will participate at the next one, which takes place in November. July 25th, we have the annual Diaspora Day, which is a day for Nigerians abroad to get together again were disturbed by COVID-19 this year, but we did have a virtual summit and about 7,000 Nigerians in diaspora participated, with Masai Ujiri being a keynote speaker. And, we were so proud that Masai was so inspirational, and so were every other speakers. We have Edozie, Mr. Edozie in America. He just sold a $400 million deal with some sporting firm in America, and is planning to do the same in Nigeria. So it's important to encourage them, work with them, and ensure that this enormous dynamism, talent, has effect on Nigeria, their country. And again, we're encouraging the diaspora. Maybe you don't want to invest, but you can transfer. We can have knowledge, skills, and transfer, knowledge exchange. And particularly, we're working with the younger generation of Nigerians in the diaspora. Again, the response from them for me has been very exciting and overwhelming. There's a group called Doing Good Work in Africa, where they're doing internship with students. So again, I don't know what COVID will do, but they were planning that in March, some students from various parts of the world, particularly America, will be coming here to intern. They are not Nigerians. Some are Nigerians, some are not, but they want to know their country through a young generation of Nigerians who are promoting their country. So hopefully COVID will make us do all these programs this year. There's Will Jawando that I just spoke with a few days ago, is a mayor of Montgomery in America. Will, when he wasn't born here, he was born in America, but when he was going for his inauguration, he wore full agbada. You know what he did thereafter? Will put himself on social media with his agbada and deposited it at the museum and said, "I'm so proud to be this." Will has been talking to us that what can we do with our country, Nigeria? These are people that were born there. So we're working again, and we're focusing a lot on the second and third generation of Nigerians abroad. I mean, we have Nigerians that scored all A's everywhere. There is a AK in Harvard that he scored all the marks. There's a young lady in Dubai. Every university in America wanted her. Now we need to tap into this talent. And like I said, the good thing is they are willing and ready to do something back home in their country. Like I said, we're planning the very first, we do quarterly diaspora series. The first one for this year will be on education, to get every Nigerian in the education field everywhere in the world. We can't have the Professor Falalas and the Professor Isogwes and a lot of them in that sector and not come together and see how we can work and do something in our own country. Yes, it wasn't happening before. Yes, there's been issues of trust, but now you have the Diaspora Commission, and we're saying we are there to work with you, and we will be working with you. We also have diaspora returning. We have the Nigerian Diaspora Alumni Network to guide you. Sometimes you're coming to Nigeria for the first time, after a long time. Let's face it, there are some challenges you will face. And then we have the NIDAN, an NGO that says, well, we can guide you and all that. So we do work with returning diasporas. I told you about the Diaspora Day, July 25th. It's huge and massive, and we hope to build on that. It's going to be the National Day for the Diaspora. We hope to build it to that level. And we're also planning to celebrate our people in the diaspora by having the very first National Diaspora Day Awards again this year. Because, I mean, we're working on a document. We have 660. We just wanted 600 Nigerians succeeding as we turn 60. I tell you, we have double that amount in just one edition. So we need to continue to celebrate ourselves and don't see this as a negative. Let's see it as a positive. We're not saying we want our people to leave, but when you do leave and you're excelling, what do we? There's an 8-year-old chess player who ran to America with his family on asylum. He's going to be perhaps the greatest chess player in the world. And some will say, if he was in Nigeria, will he be able to achieve his talent? If Anthony Joshua remains in Nigeria, will he become the world boxing champion? I don't have the answer to that. But we all have our destinies. But I also know that the government must do everything possible to encourage merit, to encourage talent, to encourage Nigerians to excel in their field. It's a challenge for government, and it's a challenge government must hold on to. Government must also create an enabling environment for everybody to thrive. But I tell you something, I have succeeded in Nigeria, but I failed if I went abroad. So don't judge by anybody's other story. Let's just take our own destiny in our hands. Government has its role to play and the must. When President Buhari travels, he makes it a point of issue to meet Nigerians abroad. And his message is in threefold. Don't forget home, We will tackle issues of insecurity, corruption, and all that, and let's work with you. So that has been very key in the president's agenda. Anytime he goes out, he must make sure he meets Nigerians in diaspora, tells them exactly what he's doing, allays their affairs and all that. So some say to me, you're saying we should come and invest. We're not sure of security. There's no power. There's no this. Yes, there are challenges in Nigeria, but you know what? Nobody will solve those challenges but ourselves. The young chap who went into a remote area in your state and started small and started exporting cocoa, coffee to Rwanda has made it big. He started, it was in the diaspora, he came and saw what he could do and is doing it. So yes, we have challenges. When I was in America for the business summit, we had Americans come and say, we want to invest in Nigeria because we know it's a developing economy, there's so much to do, and they will be coming. And it's just COVID that affected a lot of things. So here will be my final message. We are one community, Nigerians at home and Nigerians in the diaspora. So what the commission is doing, working with people like business organizations like Business Day and all that, is how do we partner together? How do we build this country of ours together? And then we're also reaching out to the historic African diaspora. A lot of them are doing their DNA and it's proving that they are Nigerians. They want to come to this country. In fact, they have been coming. We have a program called the Door of Return, where we receive them as kings and queens after being taken away as slaves over 400 years ago, the ancestors. So there's so much to do. We're talking about human capital development, and we are determined to succeed in that regard. We are beginning to achieve results in about a year and a few months in existence, but we're not going to stop. So Business Day and Co, we look forward to partnering with you, working with you, diaspora organizations, diasporans abroad, whichever way, this is still home. There's a doctor finally in Canada. He even had a community named after him in Canada because he was so good. I think he should be in his 70s to 80s. He's come back to Nigeria. He's giving back to the society. And he said, I've achieved everything I could over there, but let me do what I can here. And he said, I wish I did it a bit earlier. Yes, we have challenges, but you know what? We have the people. We have you and I. We are one community. We are Nigerians. Nobody will do this but we ourselves. And I know that together we can overcome our challenges in Nigeria. So my brothers and sisters, Nigerians at home, Nigerians in diaspora, let's continue to do this. Engage one another, talk to one another, see how we can build our country together as one. Thank you once again, Frank, for putting this together. I hope we have more of this so that we can keep engaging and doing the best we can for the good of our country. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the good work that you're doing and for the passion with which you delivered your address. I am told we will be spending about 10 minutes just to get members of the audience to ask a few questions, and I will be starting with a question myself. The government has a program on improving the business environment in Nigeria, ease of doing business. The truth is, improving ease of doing business will be good whether you're a Nigerian or whether you are a foreign investor. So that is, for me, a very key program of government. And the question I wanted to ask is, how does your commission interact with the various ministries and agencies to ensure that as these various things are being done to improve investment climate in Nigeria, that the interests of Nigerians in the diaspora, the questions that they have, the challenges that they have, that they form a key part of the work that government is doing? So yeah, I'm looking at inter-ministerial interaction. Yes.
You know, I said in my own speech that we collaborate with MDAs. I didn't have to list all, including the Office of the Special Advisor on Ease of Doing Business, the Office of the Vice President. In fact, she was at our last Diaspora Day, and the questions were put to her as to the issue of ease of doing business. But generally speaking, I hope I'm right. I'm not because I'm part of government. It is getting better. And the aim is to make it even better. So from what we heard from my sister, who is in charge of ease of doing business, a lot has improved. Now, when we did a survey for Nigerians in the diaspora, the younger ones were more interested in how can we register our business online? How can we do business? And when we took that up with them, seriously, now you can register online. Then we have a department here, our legal department, that deals with even issues of registration. You have challenges, just come to us. We will take up your problem with CSC. So that is that. So that, and we have a portal. We're developing an app, the NIDCOM app, where any Nigerian diaspora download the app. We'll answer all questions. Communication is key. So we work with MDs, ease of doing business, and even the office of the VP himself is a key office that we work with. The VP always declares open the Diaspora Investment Summit and also comes to the table with what can be done to make investment better. So yes, we're partnering with virtually every MDA, and like I said, also NIPC, NEPC and all that. And then also immigration. Because when you talk of ease of doing business, when it comes to issues of our passports, we can't come here. Immigration has done a lot, and immigration has come with policies that will help, even Nigerians. If you have your passport that has expired, there's a policy that you can actually come with it, with your foreign passport, but you'll be allowed into the country with your Nigerian passport, even if it's expired. But they will punch it, and then you have to ensure you get it done. So yes, we're working in that office and virtually every MDA. And when the diaspora policy comes into effect, every ministry and department that is relevant to diaspora will have a diaspora desk. Definitely that would also ease the issue of diaspora engagement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. We have two questions already. Someone is asking, when it comes to question around the security of investment in Nigeria, will your commission help to promote the distribution of solid information about how Nigerians in diaspora can ensure that when they make investment, they are not making the wrong investment and that their investment is secure? The other question, this is someone from Kano who is asked, someone who I believe originally from Kano is asking. He wants to go into farming in Kano. Where would be the first point of call for him? So two questions, one around security of investment in Nigeria and how your commission can help to put out solid information in that regard. And then what's the first point of call for someone who's interested in farming in Kano and wants a land? What would be the first point of call for such a person?
Okay, for the Kano farming guy, just get in touch with us. Admin at NIDCOM, am I right? Admin at nidcom.gov.ng. Like I said, the Kano State Governor is offering you free land, and Kano has an SSA diaspora. So if you email us, we'll just link you with a Kano diaspora focal person. And Kano is waiting for you actually. And when you talk about farming, he'll be glad to receive you. So just get in touch with us. Like I said, admin at nidcom.gov.ng, but you can also email me personally, aodabiri@yahoo.com. So we'll handle that. So your first point of call, get in touch with the commission. We have our numbers out there. I don't know, whether this is the right place, but the numbers are there. If you go to our website, every information, contact us. We can't protect your investment. Don't let me put that on my head, but we will guide you. I'll give you a short story. There's a lady who came to me and said she invested $200,000 during the COVID, built a laboratory, but we were not aware of that. So when she got into trouble and ran to us, there was really nothing we could do. But let us know, we will guide you. So we're like a bridge between you and what you want to do. And like I said, by the time every department has a diaspora desk, there'll be somebody to talk to. So Kano, I don't know your name, but we're waiting for you. The governor is waiting for you, and your land is waiting for you to farm in Kano. Then on the first question, and like I said, we have a desk at the EFCC. And EFCC has actually helped us to tackle quite some issues that has to do with diaspora investments. But the key thing is, let us know, go to our website, get in touch with us. There's a department for every part. We have a department for PPP, we have for investments, we have the Diaspora Investment Summit, we have a team on that. So just get in touch with us and we will guide you. We're not saying we'll solve all the problem, but we are there to guide you. and help out in that regard. I hope that
Great.
answers your question.
Great. The other question that I have received is, we are very regular in telling stories of Nigerians that have excelled in the diaspora. Someone is asking, can we also do some work on telling stories of good experiences of Nigerians in the diaspora who have made attempts to do something or to make investment in Nigeria, so that can help in, neutralizing some of the negative stories about the difficulty that Nigerians in the diaspora face when they look towards home.
I don't quite get the question, but I think this is what I get.
The question was that we do well in telling stories about Nigerians who have excelled in the diaspora, whether they be doctors or like the mayor that you alluded to. So someone is asking, can we also tell stories about good experiences of Nigerians in the diaspora who have come home to make investment and they are happy with what they have done with the support that your commission has given and other agencies of government as well?
Absolutely. It's a combination of both. Like I mentioned, diaspora returnees. For instance, in Imo State, we have a doctor who has returned, and I'm telling you, we have the best hospital for neurosurgery in Nigeria. If you have anything that's to neuro, the best hospital in Africa is in Imo State, set up by Nigeria. People are coming from South Africa, from Germany, from other parts of the world to see him. It's just that, with the media, those stories did not trend. We were there, we visited him. He was out there, but those stories did not trend. He's a Nigerian in the diaspora, and we're telling his story. We have also in Imo State, a Nigerian who has set up a manufacturing industry. He came in from China. He has set up a huge blue diamond or something. He has one of the best quality items there. We have him from Poland, the very first Black person to enter the Polish parliament is a Nigerian, Dr. Abraham Godson. He's somewhere in Abia State. He has set up a ranch. So we do tell these stories, but maybe what we need to do is tell them more. We have a program on the diaspora and on NTA. We're trying to partner with Business Day to have a page free of charge to be telling this stories. Hopefully, we will get to do more of that, but there are too many success stories. Even the guy that I told you is exporting coffee to Rwanda. And now Gary, that guy went to the bushes in Oyo State and he told us we have everything here. Rwanda looks for him. He attends to all the international functions. So we do have such stories, but we have the bad stories too. Let's admit it. We have some bad experiences. Some Nigerians have come home. One guy came to me, he's lost $2 million, he's lost this and that, but that was before NIDCOM came on board. But since NIDCOM came on board, we tried to see what we can do. So there are bad stories, no doubt. There's a guy who came in my own constituency and he was shot as he was going home in Ikorodu. It was, I think it's still being investigated, but it was a case of assassination. So let's face it, there are bad stories, but there are good stories. Let's tell the good stories, and I hope that we can partner more with the media to help us out in telling the good stories. We do have our little things we do, diaspora newsletter, we try to reach out, but then the app that we have coming up will have one or two of those stories, and then we're coming up with a huge publication, like I said, 660, that includes Nigerians that have returned and have good stories to tell. And one thing, there's an association of diaspora returnees. I'll be meeting them sometime next month. They have returned and they want to be telling their stories. And I tell you, majority of them have good stories to tell, and they are saying that we're glad we did, period.
Thank you very much. I will take my final question from one of the participants, and it's something political, not partisan politics, surely. He says that Nigerians in the diaspora, as you know, are very keen to participate in Nigeria's democratic process. You were in the parliament before. What is it that your commission can do to ensure that these people don't continue to be disenfranchised as they have always been?
I'm so sorry. How could I not talk about diaspora voting? Diaspora voting is a priority. Already it has gone through, it's gone through first reading, it's going through second reading, and it's being sponsored by the current chairman, House Committee on Diaspora, Honorable Tolulokwe Akodeshatipe, and I believe we should be able to succeed with diaspora voting. INEC has said they don't have issues. Mr. President has said he doesn't mind. So really it's for the parliament to amend the law. So right now we've made progress. It's gone to second reading. When I sponsored the bill in parliament, it died at first reading. Parliamentarians were not interested in diaspora voting. The argument is, oh, we haven't even got it right here. But when are we ever going to get it right? Smaller countries are doing it, Nigeria should do it, but we should do it to our own Nigerian environment and culture. And that is what the public hearing will be able to put in place. For instance, in Brazil, where you have diaspora voting, you cannot vote if you haven't been in the country at least 3 times in 5 years. So we don't expect you were born abroad, you don't know anything here, then bam, you want to vote for Frank Aibogo as president when you don't even know anything about him. So there'll be some balances during the public hearing to ensure that, you know, we put in place things that have to do with our own environment and our own culture. So yes, my brother, we're doing everything to ensure that diaspora voting becomes a reality. The question is not if, the question is when. And I'm even saying that in amending the constitution of the country, even if it does that in 2023, you don't amend constitution all the time, just amend in such a way that INEC can decide when and how they can begin diaspora voting. It doesn't have to be all countries at the same time. In some countries, they started with officers that were posted, the military, civil servants. You know, you can start small and grow big, but we have to have diaspora voting, and I know that it will happen.
Thank you very much. Well, I mean, it's been such a pleasure to ask these questions of you, and thank you for the candid answers that you have provided. I think our colleagues will be reaching out to your people to help in cataloging and telling stories of Nigerians in the diaspora and the great work that they are doing back at home. So that I'm sure we will do.
Before we leave here, that is a deal. We're partnering with Business Day to tell success stories. It's a social responsibility, but you know, we'll work together. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And of course, best wishes. Now I will be handing over to our moderator, I believe, for the rest of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Abike Dabiri Erewa, the chairman of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM. It was a very, very interesting session, and we thank our publisher, Frank Aibogo, for also anchoring it so well. I'm sure a lot of Nigerians are so proud to know that people in the diaspora are doing so much to keep us in the map in the world. We are so grateful for that session. So now we're moving straight to the next, the first panel for today, which is going to be moderated by Dr. Franklin Ungu. He's the director of Lagos Business School Sustainability Center. So Dr. Franklin Ungu, you have the room, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Deborah, and thank you, Frank. Thank you, Honorable Abike, for very insightful contributions with regards to this topic that we're having today. Let me also start by saying that after listening to Honorable Abike Dabiri, I started feeling if I should go back to UK again and maybe come back again. So maybe they can also talk about my own story as well. In the sense that it seems to be very, very interesting stories of Nigerians in diaspora trying to do so many good things in Nigeria. And let me also say that from my experience living outside Nigeria, that Nigerians in diaspora, they are normally so excited, passionate, and committed to everything about Nigeria. I remember there was a time we had an independence party in London, and people traveled all the way from Aberdeen, Glasgow, Edinburgh, just to be at that party, just to celebrate Nigeria's independence. So it's normally very, very interesting. So on that note, I think our panel, we have our panel members here. We have Andrew Nevin, who is the Director of Financial Services Center, and also Chief Economist of PricewaterhouseCoopers. Andrew, I think I can see you. We also have, Andrew, are you there?
Yeah, I am here, Franklin. We're lovely to see you.
Okay, thank you very much. We also have Ms. Yewande Sadiq, who is the CEO of DG Nigeria Investment Promotion Council. Good morning, Yewande, and welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. It's Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, not Council.
Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, yes. Thank you. And we also have Mrs. Patience Oniha, who is also the DG of Debt Management Office. Mrs. Oniha, you're welcome. And last but not the least, we have Mr. Jude Chiameka, who is with Nigerian Stock Exchange as the head of business unit. Mr. Jude, you're welcome as well.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. So let me start. Of course, there are so many questions. When I remember many people asking me that you're part of this event and there are so many things to be discussed. But of course, we will not be able to answer all the questions today, and we will try to address some of the key issues in terms of how do we harness Nigerians in diaspora to really contribute to our own sustainable and inclusive development in Nigeria. So let me just start by sharing that I read 2 days ago that with the recent CBN policy with regards to remittances, that the weekly remittances, that it has gone up from $5 million to about $30 million just because of this CBN policy. And as Honorable Dabiri mentioned, we have close to 15 to 17 million Nigerians in diaspora. And interestingly, there was a time we did a little research. They spent over $150 million every day on food, with only, and of this $150 million, very insignificant share get to Nigeria or come to Nigeria. And the reason is because we have very limited availability of Nigerian food products in other countries. So a good example is that why okra, they get it from Pakistan and India. I'm talking about UK now. Banana is sourced from Argentina, Peru, and other South American countries. The question then is, what is being done or what can be done to change the above situation to Nigeria's advantage? And this we go to Ms. Sadiq, please.
Sorry, if you can ask that again, I didn't hear well.
Okay, can you hear me now?
If you can repeat the question, please. Yes, thank you.
Okay, let me also let me ask the question in a different way. But the question is that with regards to CBN policy on remittances, it has gone up. The weekly remittances have gone up from $5 million a week to about $30 million a week, and also we have about 150 million Nigerians, sorry, about 150 million Nigerians that live outside Nigeria. And averagely, they spend about $10 a day, each person. That gives us about $150 million every day. And of this $150 million, very tiny amount get to Nigeria. And the reason is because Nigerian food products are not exported properly or accepted in other countries of the world. So the question is, what is being done or what can be done to change the above situation to Nigeria's advantage? And as I mentioned, okra that is used almost on daily basis is sourced from Pakistan and India for UK. And banana, they get it from Argentina, Peru, and other South American countries. Thank you. Did you get the question, Mrs. Sadiq?
I'm sorry, the quality of the connection went just at the time that you were, so I couldn't hear most of what you said.
Okay, maybe what I can do is maybe to ask a different question to another panelist, and maybe when your connection is back, I can now return to you. Would that be okay?
Yes, that's fine. If somebody can type the question in the chat window, I'm happy to respond to it. I'm not trying to dodge the question, I just didn't hear it well.
I understand. Okay, let me try another question. Maybe you can hear me better now.
No, try
okay,
the same question. Try the same question, sorry.
Okay, okay. The recent CBN policy has made it possible that remittances, weekly remittances, we now have about $30 million coming into Nigeria every week. It has increased previous from $5 million to about $30 million. And I'm saying that in addition to this, we have over 15 million Nigerians living in diaspora. And each of them spend about $10 every day to buy food. And of this $150 million, very significant amount gets to Nigeria because of unavailability of Nigerian food products in other countries. So okra, for instance, in the UK, they get okra from Pakistan and India, and get banana from Argentina, Peru, and other South American countries. These countries, for them to get to the UK, they spend about 14 hours. But Nigeria, just 6 hours. So the question is, what is being done, or what can be done to change the above situation to Nigerians' advantage, so that more food from Nigeria can be exported to to other countries in the world?
It's a fantastic question. It's a fantastic question, and it speaks to the export of agricultural products from Nigeria. And the challenges that we have in that regard relate, one, to the quality of packaging, how these materials are harvested, how they're packaged, and the process they go through in terms of the certifications and tests that they need to. There's a Nigerian agricultural quarantine service that is required to certify agricultural produce before it leaves the country. For many countries, before such products are admitted, they also have standards in terms of toxin levels and the like that are acceptable for their markets. So it is at the point of planting, not at the point of harvesting, that this needs to be factored into the work of farmers. But it is also a function of how those food items are processed, preserved for the journey. You are right that Nigeria stands a fantastic chance because of the short distance to Europe of becoming a veritable supplier of agricultural products, not just because of Nigerians in diaspora, but because of the universe of consumers of not only produce from Africa, but food produce generally. And in the context of food production, if we look at arable land in the world, Nigeria has the 9th largest stock of arable land in the world. So we have the capacity from an arable land perspective to feed the world, but we need investments in food preservation, in modern agricultural methods, and ensuring that the quality of our export, of our food products, meet what is desired in export markets. That's separate from ensuring that we package appropriately for exports. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that contribution. Let me take it straight to Mrs. Oniha, please. And of course, based on what we just heard from Yawande, we said that the total debt we have in Nigeria is over 35 trillion naira. And we have about external contribution about 38%, internal about 62%. With, in the 2021 budget, we have about 3.34 trillion for debt service. And just as Honorable Abigedabiri mentioned, after the successful $300 million diaspora bond, we haven't heard of a second tranche, while Nigeria has continued to borrow from other sources. The question is, are there policies in place for the government to rethink our borrowing sources? That is, in terms of borrowing more from Nigerians in diaspora, on better terms, and also for the Nigerians in diaspora to benefit from the 3.34 trillion budget for debt service. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to share, at least share our thoughts on some of the issues. I think the numbers you gave are reasonably accurate. You talked about our debt stock and the debt service in the 2021 budget. The reality is, if we were in any way going to borrow from the diaspora, meaning issue another diaspora bond or call it another name, it will anyway be part of the new external borrowing, so not debt service. It will be part of the new external borrowing that is already provided for in the budget, which is about $6 billion US dollars. Okay, so that's one side. And I think your question is why is there a plan to raise funds from the diaspora? I'll answer it in two ways. Just for the benefit of those who were not involved in the 2017 diaspora bond. So we did issue a diaspora bond in 2017, and we're very enthusiastic and optimistic about it. It was $300 million for 5 years. And by the way, 5 years is almost over, so it matures next year. What I would say is that we learned some very significant lessons from that transaction. That diaspora bond was registered at the US SEC because we wanted some more transparency and hoping it will give access to retail investors. Don't forget, the Nigerian diaspora are retail investors. Okay, so while that was good, we still didn't achieve the objectives because there were clear regulations in the US, indeed very tight, and even tighter in Europe, around your ability to access the Nigerian diaspora. So we then looked for ways of, meaning you can't talk to them directly, and issuer can't engage with the retail investor because the investor supposedly is not classified as a qualified institutional buyer who can read the documents, and assess the risk himself or herself. So we found ways around it and actually had an interactive session in 4 cities: Houston, New York, Washington, and London. And I think, as you said earlier, several Nigerians came. So we packaged it as an interactive session just to sell the Nigerian story, preparatory to the actual issuance, because for the issuance, we couldn't speak with them. The reality, so we did have feedback from that. We deployed ICT significantly around that. So the truth is, to issue another diaspora bond where the Nigerian diaspora can access, there are several hurdles that we have to scale. There are other institutions that we have to deal with. So I'm saying legally, this is a legal issue, legal issues both from the US and from Europe that we would need to cross. But I think beyond that, before going for another one, so you were asking, is there a way to access, is there a plan, to issue regularly? Let me quickly say that when there's a borrowing in the budget, the DMO is expected to deliver the results. Okay, so we are keen to work with groups, investor groups, including the diaspora, provided we're sure that we'll raise the money to implement the budget. So let me say that in deciding to go for another diaspora bond, and I should say issuing a diaspora bond is very expensive in terms of cost, we would need to, but it is worthwhile if it enables the Nigerians, contribute to local development. So one of the first things is we must be able to have, we must come up with a process that enables us access the Nigerian diaspora directly, not through an intermediary, and also not without breaking the laws. They're very strict there, particularly after the global financial crisis of 2008. So we can't just go there and bring Nigerians together and tell them to come and invest. That will be tricky. And I think the next thing is to be able to profile. What I'm going to say now is coming from the feedback of all those interactive sessions that we organized in 4 cities. And we did work with NIDO, which is the Nigerian diaspora organization, both in Europe and in the US. So we need to do a proper profile to determine the appetite for investments. Okay, so like I always said to people, when we talk about diaspora remittances home, they are not necessarily, in fact, they are not primarily for investment. If they are, they're for investment in properties, otherwise they are for social needs. So we have to be able to identify how much is remaining for investment purposes, for some time. So when we determine that, we can then say, okay, out of, for instance, the 6 billion we have to raise this year, we're sure we can raise 500 billion from the diaspora, or even 100 billion, a million rather, US dollars from the diaspora. So that's what I would say. But before I leave that point, we often, the diaspora has opportunities on a monthly basis to invest, to support the government, to invest in securities issued in the local market by the government, including those to finance infrastructure. So we have had Sukuk, we have had green bonds, we still have the FGN bonds that are regular. So there's opportunity to invest. We don't say Nigerians in diaspora can't invest. So some of them maintain accounts with some of the commercial banks. So really, even without packaging something, there are already products where they can invest the same manner as other investors do. And like I said, if their interest is more in infrastructure, there is Sukuk. We have issued 3 times and would issue another one this year. Okay, so to summarize, the diaspora do have products already in Nigeria that they can invest in to support the government. And then planning to issue another diaspora bond, we would need to be properly prepared, like I said, in terms of access and profiling. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Oniha, for that very interesting and detailed explanation of the question. Let me go straight to Chiameka, to Jude, to answer regards to stock capital market and what they are doing in that space. And of course, generally, Nigerian stock market is described as shallow. And in terms of the size, in terms of the trading going on, and in terms of so many other factors used in assessing how big or how functional is the stock market. And if we look at this from those perspectives, what are the steps being taken by NSC in leveraging the Nigerians in diaspora to participate, invest, and help deepen the market? I just read today that once there's a crisis in Nigeria, the foreign portfolio investors will just sell their shares or their assets and disappear. So the question is that if we have more engagement with Nigerians in diaspora, it means that our market will be deeper and the capacity will also increase as well, which definitely will now enable firms in Nigeria to have more access to finance, and that will lead to expansion, job creation, and sustainable growth. So the question, Jude, is what policies do you have, or what are the steps being taken by NSC to really attract or bring Nigerians in diaspora to participate, invest, and help deepen the market? Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Franklin. Let me start by saying a very big thank you to Business Day for inviting the NSC. We're really happy and excited to be here, given the importance of the conversation. And straight to your question, which is a very good question. The Nigerian Stock Exchange, as you know, is a multi-asset exchange, and we have done significantly well in the area of technology, trying to provide market access to investors, not just Nigerian investors, but also international investors, where to a large extent these diaspora investors will fall into. We have, before COVID-19, started talking about the fourth industrial revolution and have made significant investments in technology, recognizing the importance digitalization will play in the new environment. And so when we had that lockdown in Nigeria, because of the amount of investment we have made in technology, it was very easy to switch. Our business continuity was very easy. There was no day we didn't trade because of all these investments we made in technology. And so how does that pertain to the diaspora people? So access to market and access to product is very key for them to leverage the opportunities the environment presents. DMO has talked about the capital market instruments that they can invest in, the Sukuk, the green bonds, as well as the Eurobonds and the diaspora bonds that have been issued. And all of these have been listed on our exchange as a listing platform, which also allows secondary market trading in some of these instruments. And that liquidity allows the diasporans to invest and be able to gain significant returns on their investments, being able to also trade it in the secondary. So in the area of technology, we've done quite extensive investment there. We have over 197 active market participants, that is the stockbrokers in the market. And they are able to trade seamlessly because we set the minimum operating standard, which incorporated technology as a key component of their minimum operating standard. So they're able to provide trading platforms online for the diasporans to be able to participate in our market in a seamless manner. And at the time of the lockdown, we also introduced the VPN, which allowed the brokers to trade from their individual homes from anywhere in the world. All of this is to institutionalize and institute international best practices across the board for all the various products that we offer, as well as the listings that we undertake in our market. But more importantly, we have also developed apps and platforms that can allow for diasporans to participate in a very seamless manner in our market. For instance, the SPO, which is a platform that will allow, so the DMO talked about issuance of cool. So this SPO will allow these diasporans to invest in these instruments in a very seamless manner because it's online and it's real time and able to make those investments from anywhere in the world using the internet. We've also invested in building a platform we call the X Mobile, which is essentially a platform to help retail investors access our markets. As you know, the market, it's time for investors to have access to market news, to have access to market data, and to also have access to information that will allow them to make decisions. And then more importantly, a tool to be able to invest should they decide to invest in a seamless manner without going through difficulties. Those are the sort of things the NSC has been doing just to ensure that the diasporas have access to products in our market. We're very deep in product development. Even the Green Bonds initiative was a conversation on the back of conceptualization of the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Today we have the green bonds that are listed in our market. We're also working in creating more products. As you know, we just recently received approval from the SEC to launch our derivatives product. So on the back of the derivatives product, we'll continue to produce and push the envelope to create more world-class products that these diasporans can invest and also have meaningful return for their investments, which is really a key consideration for investing. You did talk about the configuration of the market in terms of international play versus domestic play, and we do see that that is beginning to close. Before now, it was probably 60-40 international, 60 local, 40, but now we're beginning to see 50-50. An interesting thing there is that we're beginning to see increase in the participation of retail investors, even in the domestic environment. So this provides a good opportunity for diasporans also to take advantage of all these various products and the high yields that these products provide. For instance, the green bonds that were issued by the federal government, it's not of 15%, which is really good if you think about the return that they will get elsewhere. If you look at the diaspora bonds that were issued, the yields were fantastic. So we will continue as an NSC to provide the right platform, market access, ease of entering and exiting the market by increasing the liquidity. We do have a significant commitment to liquidity initiatives. We have market making across various assets. And so they will always have the ability to trade these instruments and exit at any time should they decide to exit. I think that is really where the NSC has committed a lot of resources and will continue to push in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jude, also you've also given a very detailed explanation of what NSC is doing to leverage on the grass in diaspora. And that is a good point to bring in Andrew. Andrew, most of the time, that's given what you've done in Nigeria, most of the time when I see you, I keep wondering if you're if you will be called Nigerians in diaspora who return to Nigeria, or if you are Canadian who is in Nigeria. So you've done a lot. You've been involved in different aspects of policy and all that. But just focusing on your years of experience in different parts of the world, particularly China and Nigeria, what is your assessment of government policies to effectively explore the opportunities and benefit that can be achieved from Nigerians in diaspora? Just assess, and also you are at liberty to give it a percentage, whether it's 7/10 or 6/10 or 5/10, as the case may be, based on what you've heard from Yewende Sadiq, based on what you've heard from Mrs. Oniha, based on what you've heard from Jude. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Franklin. Let me just start out by saying, big thank you to everyone. It is a real honor to be on this panel, and I'll explain why. I mean, it's always wonderful to see Executive Secretary Yewande, always wonderful to see DG Onaha, the NSE Jude. It's fantastic, and Franklin, and of course, we've got NICOM itself and Chairwoman Biki Dabiri and Frank himself at Business Day. And people ask sometimes why I'm so optimistic about Nigeria. I am sitting in this session and I have 6 world-class organizations. So Business Day, Lagos Business School, which is the top business school in Africa, and very strongly rated in the world. I've got the NSE, which is an incredibly well-run organization, done so many things in so many dimensions, governance and data. NIPC is absolutely fantastic, and Yewande is a national heroine. The Debt Management Office is so well run, and DJ Onaha has done such a fantastic job. And of course, NICOM itself is new, but having a big impact on that. And people may recall, I mean, we wrote the paper back in 2019, and it was called The Power of the Diaspora, because at that time we felt this was not being discussed enough in Nigeria. And to be really frank about it, I was tired of hearing this was an oil economy, because I mean, we pump 800 million barrels of oil a year. There's over 200 million Nigerians. It's 4 barrels per person per year. Oil's $40, $50 at the time. Half of it goes to the IOC. And I just said, that is not the basis of the economy. The real basis of the economy were in fact the diaspora remittances. And of course, the World Bank estimated it in 2018 at 25 billion. We're not sure of the real number, because so much of it is these invisible flows. I mean, for example, if someone has their child in Canada going to university there, I don't think there's any banking. I mean, it's all happening informally through the kind of exchanging with a diaspora person earning money in Canada is giving that Canadian dollars to the student, and then back the parents are exchanging in Nigeria. So I don't think we know the extent of it, but the World Bank has said 1/2 of Nigerians are touched by diaspora remittances. So it's just an incredible resource. But I think that 2 key points that have come out of this, and I think that NICOM Chairwoman has put it very, very clearly, which is this is not a brain drain. This is brain circulation. And we would argue that the diaspora is the greatest asset that Nigeria has. And then it led to us at PwC saying, the biggest export of Nigeria is brains. And part of we then took it a bit further and said, actually, you can start to export brains without necessarily leaving Nigeria. So we could have someone who goes abroad in the diaspora, exporting brains from Nigeria, earning diaspora remittances, but then you can also export brains without people leaving Nigeria. So another national hero in Nigeria, Amal Hassan, is the founder of Outsource Global. They've got 1,000 seats in northern Nigeria. They do business processing, outsourcing for companies in the UK and the United States, earning foreign exchange for Nigeria, but the brain's not leaving Nigeria. So then I think that what Chairwoman Biki Dabiri put together is exactly right. This is a brain circulation, and it is the greatest asset of Nigeria. Nigerian brains are the asset. It's not gold, it's not oil, it's not even agriculture, it's brains. And we have brought the term brain capital into Nigeria. We would like Nigeria to be the brain capital of the world, the capital of brain capital, if you will. Now, then coming back, Franklin, to your question about how we relate to other countries, I think there obviously are powerful diasporas from many countries. I mean, China has exported many people. There's lots of ties, complex now with the political situation. I think India's done a very good job on it. But again, this has been over the last 20 or 30 years. What I would say about Nigeria is that the the pace, I mean, we put the paper out, and not necessarily we want to take credit for it, but it really did seem to be a catalyst for thinking about the diaspora. So the pace of now NICOM, the things that the chairwoman described NICOM is doing, the pace at what the debt management office is doing, the pace at what banks are doing and fintechs in terms of diaspora remittances are making it easier, trying to create investment vehicles for the diaspora to come in. I mean, as DG Onaha said, 70% of the money from the diaspora is to support sort of basic foods, shelter, education. 30% for investment, often in real estate, but can the NSE and others create these vehicles for the diaspora? So this is all happening so fast. And I think the fact that it's being treated as such the highest value strategic resource is really, really heartening. So I guess in answer to the question, I'd say, I mean, Nigeria is not at the point where India is managing its diaspora, but it is moving so fast that I have no doubt in the next 2, 3, 5 years that there's going to be all sorts of mechanisms to make sure that the country and the diaspora are getting full value from this resource.
Thank you very, very much, Andrew, for that very interesting coverage of the issues and where we are at the moment. I'll still come back to you to now to offer some suggestions on what we can do. But before I do that, let me also remind participants that you can send your questions via slido.com using the code #BDDT. Let me repeat, slido.com using the code #BDDT. So you can send your questions. So while you're sending your questions, I think for Andrew's contribution, it is a good point to bring in Yewenda again. So given what we've heard, and when I look at what you do in NIPC, and also trying to understand investment issues, it seems that both financial and non-financial can be described as investments. And if we use that to assess that Nigerians in diaspora are exceptionally doing well in almost every sphere of life, in academia, medical, arts and entertainment, financial services, law, public sector. I remember there was a time I went for a conference and they said that there is no university in the world, any top university in the world, that you will not see at least 3 or 4 Nigerians. I also remember going for an interview in Financial Conduct Authority in UK, which is like this part of the central bank. And the person that interviewed me, Nigerian. And that is how it is in US, that's how it is in Canada. So the question then is there a policy to harness these skills for Nigeria's advantage and also to serve as a marketing brand for Nigeria? Some of these fantastic, excellent Nigerians in different parts of the world, which we also heard from Honorable Abike Dabiri. She mentioned different examples from Poland to Vietnam to Canada to US to UK, all parts of the world. However, anytime you travel and people hear that you're Nigerian, you're perceived more from a negative than positive. So is there a way a policy to harness these skills, first for Nigerian advantage so they can contribute to our challenges and also to serve as a marketing brand for Nigeria as well? Yewanda, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's an excellent question. But I honestly think that the question is best addressed to the Nigerian Diaspora Commission. NIPC's role is focused on attracting investments into Nigeria and the variety of things that needs to be done to attract investments into Nigeria. Many times when we think of investments in capital terms. Increasingly now, we find that it is useful to consider investments in terms of the value of the jobs that those investments create. We have, and part of what we push when we're engaging investors is Nigeria's value, Nigeria's full value. And the success of Nigerians in diaspora is an important part of the value that Nigeria demonstrates, or the value that Nigeria represents. But in terms of using that to leverage Nigeria's image, Nigeria's positioning, and in the context of the question you asked, it is more the mandate of NIDCOM than NIPC.
Okay, that's fine. Let me, another question that maybe falls within NIPC responsibilities. So of course, I'm sure you're aware that FDI and FPI, that's foreign direct investment and foreign portfolio investment, they are both decreasing. However, our infrastructure financing needs keep increasing. Some argue that we need about $10 billion every year for the next 10 years. And the question then is, what policies do we have to attract the over 50 million Nigerians to meaningfully contribute and invest in Nigeria?
Again, another excellent question. Shortly after I joined NIPC, we had these conversations about the value, the investments that Nigerians in diaspora make in terms of ensuring that we better understand them. There have been a number of studies done that help us understand, the potential that the diaspora audience represents and how best to engage and attract the diaspora audience. And what we found was very interesting. The bulk of the remittances that Nigerians send home are, not surprisingly, not targeted at investments. 70% on average of what Nigerians remit home is for family support. It is not, investments cannot compete with those funds because of the specific object for which the funds are remitted. The balance of 30% that is interested in investments is first interested in real estate. Real estate in the context of building homes in Nigeria for the person in diaspora. Then we find that they're interested first in portfolio rather than direct investments. And Jude has spoken about all of the work, the wonderful work they're doing at the Nigerian Stock Exchange to capture them from a portfolio perspective. In terms of investing directly, Nigerians in diaspora now constituting part of FDI, what we find is they indicated difficulty with finding the right opportunities and the right partners. Essentially, the object of the study was that the same things Nigerians in diaspora need to better invest in Nigeria are the things that investors generally need to better invest in Nigeria. So they focus on progressively making it easier to do business in Nigeria, on curating investment opportunities so that they're easier to tie the link between government policy and investor interest, and on getting the private sector better engaged or better involved in the policy-making process, having policies that are sufficiently stable to support long-term investment and the like. A variety of things, focused on attracting investment, but not specifically from the diaspora audience, because we find their needs are consistent with what other investors generally also seek.
Thank you very much. And let me apologize if I've been asking questions that are not speaking directly to what NIPC is supposed to attend. It's just because I was thinking that from my own understanding of investment as well, and from recent research, it shows that both financial and non-financial can be considered as investment to a particular economy or country. But that takes me to the second question to Mrs. Oniha. And that is, it relates more to foreign exchange, but also related to debt as well. So we have some Nigerian banks in major financial centers of the world, New York, London, Singapore, and other parts of the world. And the first one is, if we look at the way CBN changed the policy on remittances, which has increased the flow of remittances from $5 million a week to $30 million a week. The question I'm trying to ask is, are there strategies to use the banks and Nigerians in diaspora to help create a better exchange rate for Naira, and now help us in terms of our debt management?
Okay, I think on the first issue, thank you for the question. And I think it is the line of thinking is very good. Unfortunately, as you know, on the issue around exchange rate, on the issue of exchange rate, that would have to be in the purview of the Central Bank of Nigeria. But having said that, because we work closely and are involved in various meetings, and you probably would have read it anyway from the media from several years back, this is not the time where we are trying to create several exchange rates and several exchange windows. Okay, it is rather a time that we are trying to consolidate. So you would have seen that in the budget and other, actions taken by the central bank. So in terms of creating an exchange rate for the diaspora remittances, I think that would have to be within the purview of the central bank. But I'm saying, looking at trends, requirements, and strategies, that may not, I don't know if that would be the route. Okay, so talking about how to attract, so there are all these Nigerian banks out there who really can position themselves for those diaspora remittances to be transferred to Nigeria. And let me quickly add that when we chose transaction advisors for a diaspora bond, we actually worked with local Nigerian banks who said they had dedicated diaspora desk. There are Nigerians who keep accounts with them. So we thought that would facilitate it. So one of the lessons learned, really, don't make assumptions about anything, query any of these things that are put through. So maybe the point to make, and glad that Honorable Abike Dabiri is on this call. I think, and she has done an excellent job. I track what she does when any Nigerian has a problem there. She's quick with the statement. I think what we probably need to do, and also based on some of the interactions, a number of them still have to go beyond the high level, not so good information about Nigeria. And then maybe on our own side, we have to then be able to tell them some of those good things. So I would be glad, and it's a good thought, if the publicity, for instance, around auctions and the benefits of investing in FGN security. So Jude is also one of my marketers on the stock exchange, but here sitting at the center, let me say, if there's a way then to make that information available to them every time there's an auction, it's always on our website and the local newspapers, but if there's a way we can make them more available of those opportunities, you don't have to wait for one big diaspora bond or one special fund. On a continuous basis, there's an opportunity, and we can explain to them the benefits in writing. Like I said, we can go and engage with them, publicly abroad where they live. But if they come here, we're happy to come and tell them about those products because we're operating under our own laws. So maybe that is one way to create more awareness and encourage them, for those who have capital still sitting in foreign exchange there, to bring it home, and then we can invest in all of these products that are available. Like I said, I'm selling my products, but I know they can also invest in equities and corporate bonds. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. And I can see that you've actually, I'm sure that Business Day will charge you for the marketing that you've done. But for coming for this panel, I'm sure it will be written now. So but I think let me bring Honorable Abike Dabiri to maybe provide some insights on some of these issues. You remember the question I asked Yewande Sadiq, and also the way you mentioned now, Mrs. Oniha, with regards to what they are doing in NIPCO. I'm not sure if I should repeat the question, Honorable Dabiri, or did you get my question earlier on? So I was asking Yewande that Nigerians in diaspora, which you mentioned, there's no place you go, you don't see very interesting Nigerians doing very, very well. And as I said, there is no university you go to, you don't see at least 3 or 4 or 5 Nigerians. In fact, there's a university in the UK that you have over 12 Nigerians teaching in one university. So you find out that they are doing well everywhere, in US, in Canada, in Vietnam, in Poland, which you enumerated. So the question then is there a policy to harness these skills for Nigerian advantage in terms of how they can clearly contribute? So a typical example is the medical sector, the pharmaceutical sector, the education sector, the transport sector. Is there a way that we have a strategic intervention of these Nigerians in diaspora to contribute to Nigerian development and also to serve as a marketing brand for Nigeria, to at least dilute and enhance the perception of Nigerian passport, for example. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I made allusion to that in my general presentation. And I told you that, in terms of what skills transfer, knowledge and all that, and what I said, which Melvin also says, I don't talk about brain drain, we're talking about, circulating brains. So we have various segments. The biggest one for us is the medical industry. And we have a program called the Diaspora Professional Healthcare Initiative, working with the Minister of Health. I have to admit, though, that program, after a change in the former minister, Professor Adewale, to the new minister, there was a law. So we have to start again. Doctors were ready. They had bought their tickets, 27 of them, from all associations, UK, America, AMPA, CAMP, all of them. But then with the change in the ministerial thing, the way things go, there was a law, so that has stalled. But we start again. But yes, and the key thing NIDCOM is doing is harnessing these skills. And like I said earlier, we're already succeeding. So you have already, like I said, but COVID affected us, skills transfer, internship, and the whole of, and we're breaking them into various groups. Once the diaspora policy, which is at the Federal Executive Council, is passed, all those things are already in a holistic policy that will guide all diaspora engagements. And every desk will have every MD will have a diaspora desk that will handle this thing. So yes, and like I said, we've already started achieving results, and it's exciting. And you said you wanted to go back to the UK and come back so that we can, don't worry, we'll look for you and you share your experiences since you came back and how good it has been for you. I'm sure you're glad to be back than go back to the UK. So that is what NIDCOM is about. And let's now know we have an agency strictly for the diaspora. Madam Moniha talked about the program in 2017. I was part of it from Parliament, Washington, Houston, UK, led by Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala when they did the DMO. But again, I don't want to go, when they did the diaspora, but I don't want to go deep into that. But like she said, I think some mistakes were made. But I'm not a technical person. But I think under the DG then there were complaints. Some issues arose, but I hope that Madam Moniha was not too optimistic, but I hope we're going to have another diaspora bond. Maybe next year, because Nigerians are—
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, we're looking forward to that bond. Yes, there are equities, auctions, but how do you tell them when we don't even know?
Like I said, there has to be more work and data that are done. We're supposed to meet anyway, so we should have that meeting.
Yes, we have a NIDCOM that has the data. We've been trying to meet with you, and I hope that when we meet, we synergize and work together. If we know about this information, get into this green board, this auction, then we communicate with them. We have the channel of communication. And we're saying that now it's not about NIDO, but you have an agency for diaspora. So we hope that we can work better with you. We've been working with Yewande Sadiko of NIPC. And thank you, Yewande, for all we've been doing. We need to do a bit more, and we look at that. In terms of remittances, yes, remittances are not for investments, but they help the economy. With the CBN policy of just saying you get your money in the currency that you said, it has impacted positively. But we are saying we can do a lot more, and that's why we have set up the Nigerian Diaspora Investment Trust Fund. That has just been done. The report has been submitted. We'll go further with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Finance, where Nigerians can come together and invest in what they want to invest in, whether it's infrastructure. That will work directly with them. And then I agree with you, and when you look at the research, they want real estate, they want all that, but then we have the data. But most importantly, they want is being able to get their businesses done similar.
I'm not sure we can still, I think there's a network problem with Honorable Dabire's, I think she had some problem, but I'm not sure. Can we still hear her?
Franklin, it's Andrew. No, we seem to have lost the chairwoman.
Okay. Well, let me just pose this question. Maybe it might be answered by either Honorable Dabire or Yewande or any of the panel members. Remember, I asked a question earlier on with Nigerians in diaspora. that most of the food that they consume, they buy it from other sources. In terms of Asian food, in terms of this, that insignificant part of the food that they consume only come from Nigeria. And one of the things that we find out when we did a research was that, Honorable Dabiri is back. So maybe, I'm sure you said you're collaborating with NIPC. So this might be a good question for two of you. So one of the things that we found out is that the reason why Nigerian don't really consume Nigerian food. Sorry, can we all mute ourselves if we are not talking, please, so that we can have a better class? So one of the reasons that they say that they don't really get Nigerian food is because we don't have any international standard packaging center in Nigeria. Nowhere in Nigeria do we have a packaging center that is of international standards that meets all requirements that are accepted in Europe, Canada, or US. The question, Honorable Dabiri, is it not something that NIDCOM can collaborate maybe with NIPC and other stakeholders to really see how we can at least have 1 or 2 or 3 international standard packaging centers, maybe one in each of the geopolitical zones, to really help Nigerians move their foods outside Nigeria. And of course, you know what it will mean that somebody in Boko, somebody in Kano, that can now export yam, potato, and all that easily out of Nigeria. That will revolutionize agriculture, that will turn on employment, that will bring about inclusive society and all that. So the question is it something that you can consider? And is it something, who will you partner with to achieve this?
Okay, I'll just go quickly first on that question. And it is a fantastic idea. There is an international group that is interested in birthing such an initiative, and we've been in engagements with them. It runs across agencies. I mean, NIPC's mandate is investment promotion, but the quarantine service, exports, and the like, to make sure from the point of planting, to make sure from the point of planting to harvesting to packaging for exports, that it is targeted specifically at markets and it is checked in Nigeria to meet the standards that those markets require. So there is such an initiative in the offing. It may be another year or two before it fully develops, but there is such an initiative in the offing.
Thank you very much. Just to clarify, I hope is NIDCOM in part of the stakeholders?
I don't recall.
Yeah. Thank you. This is a good time for me to bring Jude again. So just with regards to what we're discussing in terms of investment, in terms of debt, in terms of foreign exchange, in terms of all that. So Jude, the question is that, as you know, most of these Nigerians that are in diaspora, they really earn good money. And they're really, in terms of disposable income, they have higher disposable income than most Nigerians. My question is, based on what you've done and the way you're using technology to achieve so many things, are there ways also through which you are collaborating with other exchanges around the world to enable Nigerians who want to invest in Nigerian markets to easily invest in Nigerian markets? Are there areas of collaboration with other exchanges in the world to really enable Nigerians to come into this space? Thank you. Particularly that when the foreign portfolio investors disappear, we will have Nigerians who cannot go anywhere, who will be with us, whether it's raining or whether it's there's sunshine.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. To be honest with you, investors, regardless of whether they're diaspora or foreign portfolio investors, will be looking for returns, right? So one of the things we're doing as a key strategic trust for us at the end with major exchanges. As you know, we're also a member of the World Federation of Exchanges. So for instance, we have the MOU on that we have with Luxembourg Stock Exchange on sustainability, which allows us to issue instruments domestically that can also be traded in those markets So granting further access to other international markets. We have a local bank, Access Bank, that issued bonds in Nigeria, and is also listed in Nigeria as well as in Luxembourg. So that allows greater visibility. The good thing about the MOU also is that it allows international investors access into our domestic pool, thereby deepening the market, just like you pointed out earlier, in terms of the shallow nature of our market. And so that will allow diasporans as well, who are concerned, and they should be, in terms of investing style, in sustainable products. Luxembourg Stock Exchange, as you know, is the leading exchange when it comes to sustainability in the world. I have over 35 securities that are listed on that exchange. So access to markets is one of the key things we're doing at the exchange. We also have MOU with the London Stock Exchange, and a lot of companies have taken advantage of that in terms of dual listing. And even in the midst of COVID, you can see that some companies that have dual listings, like Airtel, for instance, is listed in Nigeria as well as in London Stock Exchange, have gained significantly in terms of the share price. I mean, Airtel has moved significantly if you're looking at the share price as an indicator in just 1 year. So that allows diasporas to have good returns for their investment. So either you're investing in the Nigerian listed entity, or you're investing in the dual listed nature, because of dual listed nature of the security in the other markets. So for those in London, they can invest in London, and they can also sell it here in Nigeria and take advantage of the volatility for getting better return on their investments. We also have MOUs with Johannesburg Stock Exchange, and that has helped significantly in creating products that even the diasporas can take advantage of. For instance, a new gold ETF, which is the leading ETF in Nigeria, has returned over 1,000%, even in the midst of COVID. So there's a huge incentive for them to want to invest because of the return, and also it offers them diversification away from regular securities, because its underlying asset is in gold. And as you know, because of COVID, gold has significantly gone up in the price, because there's a lot of interest in that asset class. So we'll continue to leverage on these partnerships to deepen in the area of product development and allow investors, especially the investors in diaspora, to have access to investments that they also find in the markets where they generally operate. Because the concern will probably be why, because of the huge concern around FX, why do you want to invest in a Naira denominated instrument? So we're opening up the market so they can have access even to dollar denominated investments in the Nigerian market while resident abroad. So those are the things that we'll continue to do just to ensure that. And one thing again that the DMO mentioned is in the area of infrastructure. I mean, the sukuk that is being issued today, the DMO has issued over 350 billion. And these are being used for the road rehabilitation that we're seeing across the country. So there's a goodness to this sort of investment. So it calls for the diasporans who are concerned and if they're genuinely interested in the development of the country to be investing in these instruments, because the monies are being, the capital being raised are used for the development of the Nigerian economy, where they will come back eventually. So we'll continue to work with all these agencies to ensure that the capital market investment products, that we allow this capital to come in and at the same time compete favorably in terms of return. So they're not investing in their local environment at the expense of good return, are the things that we'll continue to do as we continue to internationalize our markets and open up our markets. Obviously, the drive for us is to be the leading exchange hub in Africa, not just by market capitalization, but also access to different products. Our ETPs, exchange traded ETFs, we have 12, and we are the second largest ETF provider in the African continent. We'll continue to do all these things just to give them that access to various products for their investments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jude. We have, our time is almost spent, but let me bring in Andrew. I normally like bringing you when you've heard so many things based on your very good experience in different areas. So the question that I've been told to ask you, Andrew, is that if you can, based on what all you've heard, if you can give 3 to 4 policy directions that Nigeria should further pursue to effectively leverage the huge opportunities from Nigerians in diaspora. It can be in areas of exports, foreign exchange, debt management, and to achieve sustainable development and growth. Andrew,
thank you, Franklin. So, I mean, I think that, the panel has covered some of this. I mean, I think from a political viewpoint, what do you want? You want the diaspora to be connected to Nigeria, and they want to be connected to Nigeria, but then you need to do some things that support that. So, one policy area is obviously diaspora voting, right? And as the chairwoman said, that is not a question of if, but a question of when. So I think that's very powerful. I think a second issue with the diaspora is that the diaspora is not necessarily always Nigeria and the Nigerian diaspora. Sometimes it's regional or state to the regional state diaspora. So I think there needs to be some, and states have started, and they've recognized this. If you go back, we mentioned India, very powerful diaspora. They've managed it well. Actually, a lot of the diaspora outreach in India happens at the state level. So I think that Nigeria has started down the path of doing that, but at a state policy level, they need to engage more with the diaspora, and they also need some tools for it. I mean, in terms of databases and other sorts of technical help to be able to reach their diaspora, because many of the diaspora want to support their state or their region, not necessarily the country as a whole. I think the third issue is just back to some of the challenges that Chairwoman was saying was, how do you create products that satisfy the US, EU, KYC, investor protection rules, and make sure that Nigeria adheres to that. But again, that is also in process. So I don't think there's any going back in terms of supporting the diaspora and trying to draw the diaspora to make them feel more and more comfortable with investing in Nigeria. But the final thing I'll say, which is a slightly different topic, which is just people have raised this issue of the Nigerian reputation. One of the things that I've always said about the diaspora, people call it brain drain. I said, well, actually, when Nigerians go out and do such incredible things in the diaspora, for many people, it's the only positive experience they have about Nigeria. All they read is bad news, but then they work with a colleague who's brilliant, or they have a professor who's Nigerian who's brilliant, or a classmate if they're doing their MBA who's brilliant. And in fact, that is probably the key way Nigeria is going to increase its brand reputation across the world is the power of the diaspora. So let me stop there, but I have no doubt on this issue of diaspora that the country is absolutely on the right path.
Thank you very, very much, Andrew, for that more or less concluding contribution. It's 12:28, that's 2 minutes to our time. And on that note, I will say there's just one comment that's needed to be answered. And I think that maybe Yawande can help us if she's still around. In terms of what are we doing with regards to Africans that want to start and invest in Nigeria? Are there 1, 2, 3 policies that will really attract Africans to come into Nigeria? I'm not sure if Yawanda is still here with us, but if she's not here, I'm not sure if any other person, any of the panel members can, just 1 or 2 policies that will attract Africans to Nigeria. The question then is it different from other investment policies? But if they are the same thing, it means we already know what the answers are. But if there is there anybody that wants to contribute to this before I close? But in the absence of that, I think it's almost time. Let me especially thank all the panel members, starting from Honorable Abike Dabiri, who I didn't even know who we more or less brought in back as a panel member, and also Ms. Patience Oniha, Yawande Sadiq, Andrew Nevin, and Jude Chiamaka for very interesting contributions. I'm sure we've been enriched, we've enhanced our understanding. And as you know, there is an old Honda car that is popularly called discussion continues. So the discussion has not ended. It's a continuous one, and we'll continue to engage to achieve a better Nigeria. So on that note, I say a very, very big thank you, and I'll hand over to Deborah to continue the discussion. Thank you very much, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Dr. Franklin Ngu, as well
Thank
as
you.
participants. We enjoyed the session. It was very insightful.
Yeah, who's that?
To the next panel with the topic, defining the future of remittance products. Defining the future of remittance products. As well, this panel is going to be anchored or moderated by Dr. Oyedamola Oladosun. She's a consultant with the Boston Consulting Group. So Dr. Oyedamola, are you here now? Thank you.
Yes, I am. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me. So get right to it. I'm really happy to be here with Patrick and Bolanle to discuss the future of remittance products. Our discussion today will be for about 45 to 50 minutes, and we'll leave the last 10 minutes for audience questions. For the purposes of the audience who may not be familiar, Mr. Patrick is the head of West Africa and Rwanda for MoneyGram, and Bolanle Tyson is the product manager for Switch by Sterling Bank. If you have any questions in the audience, please use your Slido code #BDDT and make sure you indicate the name of the panelist that your question is directed to. Okay, so we'll go straight into it. Bolanle and Patrick, for the purpose of those that might not be familiar with your work, could you please introduce yourselves and give a brief background of what you do? Bolanle, I'll let you start.
All right, thank you very much, Moinda. It's very nice to be here. Hello, Patrick. Nice to meet you as well. So my name is Bolanle Tyson. I'm the product manager for Switch application by Sterling Bank PLC. It's an application that has been built primarily for Nigerians in the diaspora to help in terms of their remittance need and other financial and banking needs as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bolanle. Patrick?
Okay, so thank you very much. Like rightly mentioned, the name is Patrick Apia. Working with MoneyGram and covering West Africa and Rwanda. So basically what we do, MoneyGram, is to help family and friends to send money across the globe to support these families and these friends in times of need. MoneyGram covers 200 countries and territories, and we offer omni-channels. So what I mean by that is we have different products that we offer. Customers are able to access or transfer their money using mobile app, using online channels, physical locations, and receivers are able to do similar by receiving their money into their mobile wallets, to their bank account, to cards, or over the counter. So this is what, in a quick way of introducing what I do and MoneyGram stands for.
Great, great. Thank you so much. So, like I said earlier, today we're talking about the future of remittance products. So before we dive into the meat of it, I'd love to get both of your personal views on what you see as the key barriers or obstacles to driving growth in diaspora remittances. Bolanle, maybe I'll let you start here.
All right, thank you, Ada. So personally, what I view as some key barriers, right, into driving growth for remittances, diaspora remittances, would be one of it being infrastructure, right? So we still have some people who are in underbanked areas whereby it's very difficult to reach. As such, it harnesses the informal transfer mechanism, which cannot easily be tracked, right, in terms of data collection. And also we have the regulations, the guiding regulations that will be affecting both from the sender's country as well as the recipient's country. The frequency of change of regulations can also be something that would impact greatly the growth of the remittances, right, that we receive from diaspora. Then we move on to things like the compliance, KYC elements of things, fraud, and all of those related items. There are things that can have an impact in how the diaspora remittances would actually grow. So those are my takes on it.
Great, thank you so much. Patrick, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, just a few. I think Bolanle rightly mentioned some of the key things with regards to regulations, and the more stringent KYC becomes for senders from wherever they are sending monies across, becomes a challenge then for the rate of flow of transfers to recipient countries. The second thing I'll talk about, of course, is the issue of cost. Now, when cost becomes prohibitive, then there is an issue with regards to how people will feel about that and will want to send money to recipient countries. So cost is a key issue here. And then, of course, we've all witnessed the natural occurrence like COVID, which prevents money from being transferred in different ways. So, for example, those who have lost their jobs, those businesses who didn't have the technology to support transferring from home, will still have some form of depression with regards to transfers that can go across the border. So these are some of the key issues that will be an obstacle for reduced remittance growth globally.
Great, thank you so much. And I think you mentioned a really valid point about COVID, and it's the perfect segue into my next question for Bolanle. So Bolanle, apart from the COVID-19 pandemic, in 2020, Nigeria was thrust into the global spotlight with more people in the diaspora looking to send money to Nigeria to support social causes and generate impact. So for example, one of the things I'm referring to is EndSARS. How would you describe how that momentum affected demand? For your product specifically, would you say that there was a lot of new customer acquisition, even if general volumes for remittances went down? And then finally, more broadly, did this have an impact on your strategy going forward, and how you, especially thinking about how you target your product to younger members of the audience of the diaspora?
All right, thanks, Linda. Yes, so specifically, right, during that period, surge in terms of customer onboarding, and it was something that excuse me, despite the fact that we knew that everywhere was in crisis, but the main drive for them was, of course, driving an impact, support the cause. So yes, I would say that there was a lot of customer acquisition in general, even though the volume might not be as large as the customer acquisition data. So in terms of the strategy, yes, of course, it did affect the strategy because we had to rethink things. We had to look at demography again and understand the essence and the driving force behind that demography in terms of all of the personas that were mapped, just to realize that maybe we haven't yet provided all of the solutions that they were going to need. For example, that EndSARS period, I saw a lot of small scale businesses increasing sales, right? Typically because people wanted to contribute, people wanted them to be able to provide those services to people who wouldn't have access to those services, in driving that cause at that moment, in terms of the gaps and all of that. So there were certain needs that we actually factored in, and we saw that even from the diaspora of things, people were looking to invest in small scale businesses, looking to invest in people's businesses, aside from even social cause needs as well. So yes, it did affect the strategy in how we're retargeting the younger members of the diaspora community.
Interesting. So if you could point to one specific, without giving too much away, right? If you could point to one specific thing that you say you had to change in your product, for example, could you give a specific example?
Okay, so One of the things that we had to rethink in terms of the product was also understanding that we had people in diaspora who wouldn't have complete, or who might not have had any interaction with any Nigerian bank whatsoever, but they were willing to come into the into this ecosystem to contribute. So of course we had to factor in that particular entry point for them onto the application to support them and assist them, you know, in terms of how to fulfill the basic needs for account, you know, how to make things a bit easier in terms of the thresholds that would be applied on even the application itself, whereby it can be tiered to support you, even though you might not have what maybe the highest tier might support in terms of transaction volume, because we know that what they primarily wanted to do was just to, you know, provide an impact in no matter how little way you can, right? So that was part of what we had to rethink.
So that's really interesting. And again, it takes me to my next question around when you're building digital products, how are you designing or modifying Switch with awareness of your different like customer segments? So for example, you touched a bit on the unbanked earlier. How do you design with like people who might be unbanked, or people who have limited internet connectivity, or just like different expectations for user experience? How do you tailor your product to these like different expectations?
Okay, so what we do is that we try to deep dive using a user research methodology in terms of you actually trying to understand who your target market is, right? So Nigerians in diaspora is a very large spectrum. So you sort of try to break it down. Who will I be addressing currently now, and how the iteration also how the iteration plan would also go as well, in terms of if am I going to start with the unbanked first, or am I going to fully banked first, and then what kind of features would be applicable, because they all have different needs. So of course you can't have a one size fits all tailored approach. So creating personas is very key, of course, in the product development phase, that user research, user engagement and feedback, so that you're sure you're on the right track. Because no matter how much you build a product, you are not the use case for that product, right? So you need to interact with the use case of that product to be sure that you actually have the right value addition elements on your product.
Great, thank you so much. Just a quick reminder to attendees that you can send in your questions via slido.com with the code #BDDT. Okay, Patrick, I'm going to move on to you now. So in recent years, we've seen a lot of growth in the global remittance space and an influx of new digital products available in Nigeria. This ranges from banks partnering with established transfer operators and new fintechs focused on transfers. With so many products available to customers, differentiation these days seems to come from price and user experience. Looking ahead, do you think that these will continue to be the main battlegrounds for competition among remittance operators? Okay, if not, so what trends do you think will drive this?
Thank you, Damola. So you are right to say that presently the issue of price and user experience is driving the competition, and it's more like the center where everybody is struggling to kind of win in that space. But of course, if I'm to take you back a bit, you realize that this is as a result of how remittances has actually grown over the time. From the days of barter trade to the days where telegram was used, up to where we had computers, and so you were able to send, but it would take some number of days before transactions will be successful or sent across countries. Now we've got into the place where technology is available, speed is not much of a problem, and therefore price and user experience is what we have now as the center for competition, and also to drive value to the consumer. So this is where remittance has evolved to. And so, yes, pricing is key, and we all racing to it to make sure that we win, and also to ensure that the consumer gets the best out of this. Now, looking ahead, I think this is going to change. It's not going to remain price and just the user experience. I think that value add is going to be something key that the consumer will be looking out for. Now, at the end of the day, whatever you do, if the consumer is not in the center, then definitely you are missing the point. And the consumer in the middle is who is driving what determines the future of remittances. And from where I sit, I think value add to what we do today is very key. So if I look ahead, I'm looking at a situation where a sender will prefer to pay for an insurance, whether a medical insurance or a life insurance for the receiver. If the sender intended for the receiver to do grocery shopping, for example, why can't the sender send the money directly to this grocery shop so that things are delivered to the recipient? If a sender wants to have a pension in a particular country, or a recipient will require. So take, for example, our farmers, our mothers and fathers who are doing farming, for example, why can't we have pension for them? And if they have a remitter, and people who are in the low income bracket as well, if someone wants to pay for their pensions, for example, why shouldn't that be possible? So looking ahead, I think value add is going to be extremely key in how the remittance space will look like.
Yeah, I think that's a really brilliant point about your value add, but maybe also product diversification, right? What about things around integrating into other banking services or cross-selling products? Do you see those as trends that might change or that might increase competition in the remittance space in the future?
I think not necessarily increasing competition, but rather enhancing that space. I see that ecosystem of remittance becoming bigger than what we see today. So with the product diversification, the value add I have just spoken about, what tells us is that the ecosystem is going to get bigger and bigger. It's not going to be banks and IMTOs and aggregators trying to partner. It's going to go beyond that. So we're going to see a lot more partnerships this time coming from insurance companies, coming from grocery shops, coming from other governments and quasi institutions, all coming into that space to ensure that the remittances that are going into the various countries, so for example, in Nigeria, are going to sectors that will bring real growth and development to the people.
No, that's really fantastic. Thank you, Patrick. So still on you, we touched a bit earlier on how pricing, the price of remittances is quite prohibitive in sub-Saharan Africa. The World Bank has estimated that the cost to about 8.9% for remitting $200 in sub-Saharan Africa. Comparing us to other emerging markets, what is driving this high cost? And are there lessons that we can take away for how to make remittance more affordable in Africa or in Nigeria?
Okay, so that's a good question. And I'll answer by saying that economy of scale is one key one that has driven the issue of cost, to Africa. If you look at the entire remittance or global remittance space, we're talking about in excess of $600 billion that is being sent on annual basis, right? Africa gets just around 10% of that. If you look at other emerging markets, take Asia, so you look at countries like India, like China, like Bangladesh, these countries are taking a chunk of the remittances globally. And for that reason, you realize that the cost of sending to those countries and those markets are much cheaper or competitive as compared to Africa. But the good news is that this is changing with the emergence of technology that is making the process more efficient, with increasing competition. This is really changing. In fact, today, in some markets, including Nigeria, you can send money to wallets directly. You can send money to bank accounts. You can send money over the counter. So choice is there. And with the technology supporting this, reducing the middleman in the equation, cost is coming down. And if I use MoneyGram specifically, I can say are already achieving the SGD 10 of 3% cost of transaction in some of our markets in Africa. So I think we are getting there. The story and the situation is changing already. So very soon, I think this will be a thing of the past.
Great, thank you so much. Bolani, just a quick follow-up question for you from Patrick's point. How do you see a product like Switch really driving this economies of scale and increasing access to improve diaspora remittances in Nigeria? How do you see the role that you play currently evolving?
Okay, so the role that we currently play, right, on Switch is such that our basic essence is to deliver that value to the users, right, the consumers, and we understand that we have to drive this through the use of partnerships, right? And when you say you have partners on the platform, what that would drive would be, it would help you drive down costs ultimately for the consumers, because if you have different players, so the consumers then have the freedom to choose who is the best, who has the best price model for me that will support my need, you know, based on maybe the volume that I would be sending. So I believe that's a very key thing that is required for them. The more partners that we are able to provide them with, the more options they have, the more that they would be able to provide that or resolve their needs, right? And it would, I believe that would drive down the price points that we're talking about, and it will make things a bit seamless for all of them as well, knowing that it's going to be driven totally digitally, right? So which would also reduce the cost of funds in that area.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Again, just a reminder to the attendees that you can ask your questions to the panelists via slido.com. Bolani, another question for you. So, and this is something that we have touched on earlier in the conversation. Traditionally, conversation around remittances is limited to personal transfers, but remittances could also have an important role to play in alternative financing. Do you see smaller cross-border payments as a viable solution for plugging foreign investment gaps, especially for small and medium businesses?
Yes, I do, right? So you have people who are interested in helping people upscale their businesses, small scale businesses, medium scale businesses, but they're not like they're not the investment firm that you would have who come down here for foreign direct investments, because I mean, they're small scale, they might not be able to afford that cost and all of that. So I can see that remittances has a role to play in that, whereby you have the people that would want to remit funds to help people upscale their businesses by being partners or, having stakes in that businesses and helping them grow, right? It would also give that business visibility at the end of the day and expansion into newer markets, right? And general business expansion as a whole. You also have people in diaspora who are also looking at how can I start a business back home, right? So those are some of the opportunities that would also help them once we take away our mindset from remittances just being about personal needs to things being supporting even small and medium scale businesses as a whole.
Great. Patrick, I'm wondering if you have any additional perspectives on remittances playing a role in alternative financing.
Yes, of course. Remittances definitely plays a role in that, and it's all about how it is framed. And some of these things you will require deliberate regulatory effort to achieve them, right? So, for example, if there was a regulation to say remittances coming into Nigeria, or anybody who receives a remittance through the former channels automatically qualifies for some form of insurance, right? This is going to kind of bring some relief and an alternative to the traditional systems and processes that we have. So yes, definitely remittance can be an alternative source of financing.
And how, like in practice, how do you see this working in practice? What kinds of structures do you think we'll need to have in place for that to work? With Bolani or Patrick.
Okay, so let me go first. Like I said, some of the actions will need to be deliberate, really. Will need to be deliberate. And if this is driven from the government point of view, I think it will be more efficient and more effective. There are things that you will require that they are private sector led, but some of these things will require policy framework that will allow for this to thrive. So if we were practically having a framework that allows for, and I prefer to always use insurance as an example, that if we have a framework that will allow for people to access insurance just for the fact that they receive remittances in the country. Bear in mind that most of the people receiving remittances are the middle to low income persons. And therefore, some of these essential services are out of their reach. And therefore, if you want to ensure inclusiveness, then there need to be deliberate policies that allow some of these people to enjoy these services. Now, this is going to bring about monies coming through the formal sector. And this is going to ensure that these guys don't stay away from the remittance space. There are many conversations ongoing about remittances going to the countries and how can you channel them to real sectors, to sectors that will impact the life of the persons receiving rather than just taking and consuming. And I think this is one of the areas that we need to look at, deliberate policies that will allow for persons to enjoy things like insurance, things like pension, and the rest. And I think that will be helpful.
Okay, thank you so much. Finally, what role do you think that the private sector, so Patrick has talked a bit about what policy changes need to happen. What role do you see for the private sector in driving this alternative financing type of remittances?
So the role I see for the private sector, right, would also sort of merge into the public sector in terms of the policies that will be developed, but roles in terms of actually creating products, right, product diversification that would sort of give the opportunities that would create that alternative financing and ultimate value access, right? So we know the remittance money is here, but the monies have an ultimate value realization. So part of the ways that the private sector can plug in is, first of all, creating the products that can support that entire structure such that it's not the monies that they get, but they get the value that the monies are intended to provide directly. But of course, it has to also work with the public sector because there are going to be government policies that would align for each of those sectors that are very essential for their needs and survival.
Great, thank you so much, Bolanle. Patrick, you touched on policy earlier, so I will continue with you in this line of questioning. So late last year, we saw several regulatory changes from CBN around remittance operations, notably the directive that remittances need to be paid in dollars. Now, obviously, this reflects an awareness of the economic importance of remittance in bringing in foreign currency, but it has had negative and positive impact for players in the space, right? With some players having to suspend their operations or certain partnerships needing to be suspended. For MoneyGram specifically, what has the impact of this policy change been for you? And then more generally, what kinds of regulations do you think will be helpful in improving ease of transaction?
Okay, so thanks for this. First of all, I think the central bank directive is a positive one, and we at MoneyGram, we support it. We think it's good because it seeks to bring all remittances to Nigeria through the formal channels by eliminating the informal or the uncontrolled channel. So let me put it that way. And one of the key reasons is to ensure that the monies coming in can be measured and will go to the right places that will make the necessary impact as far as the country and the individuals are concerned. So we fully support what the central bank did, and we think it was in the right direction. Again, the policy we're talking about, which allows for USD transactions only, you would agree that it ensures that customers get value for their money. So if someone is sending, for example, 10 USD from US, the receiver receives exactly 10 USD. there are no hidden charges, and the receiver gets maximum value, you know, for whatever was intended for the receiver. So looking at it from that point of view, you realize that the consumer is made the center of this policy, and my thinking is that this is how policies, you know, should be made, and therefore it's in the right direction. Specifically to MoneyGram, we have seen some growth since this policy came to force, and which is good for us, knowing that hitherto people would have tried to send these monies through other means because they wanted to get USD at the end of the day. So now it's official, you can get your USD, and a lot more transactions are coming through the former channel. So this is good for us, and we are excited about it, and hopefully we will see a lot more in this regards to you know, boost business. If you asked about what I look forward to in terms of regulations, I'll say regulation that has the consumer as the center, or is framed with the thinking that the customer first, you know, are regulations that I think will go a long way to help. And the central bank has demonstrated that indeed their focus is on the consumer. Secondly, regulation that allows for fair competition and fair play in the market. So in the case of MoneyGram, that's what we look forward to, that regulations will come that will allow for a fair playing field for all the players, you know, so that some are not put at disadvantage. And of course, policies that eventually will serve the interest of the nation.
Great, thank you so much. Bolale, do you have anything to add to that before we move on to your next question?
Nothing more. I think Patrick said it all.
Great, thank you. Again, just a reminder to attendees, please feel free to send in your questions via Slido using the hashtag BDDT. Okay, so Bolale, your next question is also centered around policy. One impact from the implementation of CBN's new directives was a ban on payment service providers, so POS machine operators, mobile money operators, switches, and processors from receiving diaspora remittances. This directive, to my mind, just highlights how fragmented the remittance space is. Do you see this fragmentation as being beneficial to driving competition for the consumer and, you know, better products for the consumer? Or do you think that a level of aggregation is necessary for the ecosystem to develop and drive down costs?
So I actually feel like the fragmentation, right, is beneficial, and this is my thought. So my thought is that we know taking away all of the middle sort of players ensures that the ultimate beneficial owner of the funds get that funds directly without any interception or interference in that entire whole chain, right? So I feel that, yes, of course, it's beneficial, and it's going to also drive more competition, right? And you'd see emanation of different kinds of products that would actually support the consumer. So just like Patrick said earlier, consumer would then be the focal point here, right? Knowing that they need to get that value directly without any interference from any of the middle exchange people. So I think, yeah, it's actually beneficial. I mean, there can be improvements, right? But I think it's actually beneficial, and it's in the right direction to ensure that the consumer is at the centerpiece of this.
Patrick, you touched a bit on encouraging competition in the space earlier. How do you see MoneyGram responding to this, and what kinds of changes do you think you will have to make to adapt to this future competitive landscape?
Well, I think we are already adjusted as MoneyGram, knowing what central bank CBN is asking for. And we are compliant and already working with what the central bank has asked. Now, to just add a bit to what you said earlier, and not attempting to speak for the CBN, my thinking is that the intention is to remove the various interventions on the value chain of transfer before remittance gets to the recipients, right? And so the intention is that if you are an international money transfer company and you are sending money into Nigeria from your platform, let it go straight to the consumer. The only intervention in there should be a bank, and a bank because the inflow of USD will need to go through the bank to ensure that it's properly accounted for. So these are the key players that the central bank is looking at for one particular transaction. So in the instances where you have several intermediaries before transaction gets to a receiver, there is a potential of increasing costs along the line, and there can be hidden charges as well. So this is how I'm looking at it, and it depends on how one will want to look at it. But I think that this is what the central bank wants to achieve. Whether it achieves it or not, I'm sure time will tell. And if need be, necessary adjustments will have to be done. Otherwise, I think this is the intention, and the intention is good. And so far, it's yielding results.
Great, thank you so much. So Patrick, another question for you. MoneyGram has recently expanded its partnership with Visa Direct, which is a solution that enables real-time peer-to-peer and cross-border payments for anyone with a Visa debit card. What are your thoughts on the expansion of this technology to the West Market region? And how do you see this impacting local remittance players?
Okay, so thanks for this. This is actually one of the partnerships or products that we're really excited about in the market. So currently, the Visa Direct, as we call it, is rolled out in about 52 countries and moving over 500 corridors at the moment. So what happens is that if someone wants to send money to Oyinda, for example, in Nigeria, and the service was available, what will happen is that the sender has choice of sending through the various channels MoneyGram has made available, either through the app, through the website, over the counter, the kiosk, any one of them. And you send directly to the debit card of the recipient in the receiving country, right? So convenient. And the receiver can then utilize it because it's in the card anywhere and anyhow the consumer will want this to be used. And so we're really excited about this, and it's moving really fast and it's growing. Nigeria, Africa as a whole is key for us as far as the market is concerned. And Nigeria definitely will not be left out. Nigeria is huge. And when it comes to card acquisition in Nigeria, you realize that the uptake is really, really high. In Africa, I don't think any country compares. And therefore, Nigeria is key on our agenda. The thing is that we're rolling this out in phases. And so it will get to the turn of Africa, and definitely Nigeria will not be left out. With regards to local remittance players, I think that this should encourage everyone to look at partnership opportunities with MoneyGram so that we can roll this out seamlessly in the market and further serve the interest of the consumer.
Great, thank you. I have a follow-up question with that though. So this partnership is helpful for people who are already sort of in the banked ecosystem, right? Are there any partnerships that MoneyGram is exploring for reaching the unbanked and improving financial inclusion?
Yeah,
or that you already currently have?
Yeah, so this service in itself really extends to the unbanked. Why do I say so? Today, you can have a debit card without necessarily having a traditional bank account. And if you were to go to a place or a community of unbanked persons, the partners already in country in Nigeria are already offering cards to these persons to be used at their convenience. And much more can be done in that space. So with this in mind, and knowing that all you need is the number of the card to receive your transactions. And once you have received your transactions, you can use it on POS, you can use it on ATMs, you can use it online. This is already ensuring financial inclusion. And this is one of the easiest ways and seamless way to really bring on board the unbanked population, specifically for Nigeria, into the arena of benefiting from remittances and other services as well. So this can go to debit card and prepaid cards as well, you know, and not necessarily having a traditional bank account.
Great, thank you so much. Bolanle, this question is for you. Switch was originally built as an intrinsically digital product. Which technological developments would you say have been the most valuable to your business? And then as a follow-on to that, what technologies do you see having the biggest impact on your business, on Switch more specifically?
Okay, so part of the technological developments that has helped business this far is the fact that we have a service that enables Nigerians in the diaspora who's never had a bank account to fund their Nigerian Naira accounts here seamlessly with their foreign bank cards, right? And we also, and that leads them into being able to have access to direct funds, right, without any intermediary, in the sense of them having to find conversions into the Naira. And also they're able to also process their transfers and all other transactions, right? And at the same time, they're able to open their multi-currency accounts in their domiciliary accounts in other currencies as well. So I know that this particular solution has been very helpful in bringing those who have never had any direct connection with the Nigerian banking system, simply because of the fact that they've not found it that easy to seamlessly onboard, right? So that's one of the technological advancement tools that we've had. Of course, I would say our infrastructure as well, knowing that, of course, most of our things are cloud-based. Of course, it makes it a bit more fluid for us to be able to onboard people with minimal service disruptions, and knowing that they're able to seamlessly operate on the platform. We also have the technology where we're able to proactively engage customers, simply because we have an overview of whatever errors or issues they might have or they're experiencing on the app when they're using it. So it gives us that proactive edge, right, in being able to engage our customers and give them that sort of customer success and personalized engagement to help them drive their goal and to achieve their goal. So those are some of the technological developments that we've leveraged on and has greatly helped us. So what I see as the biggest future impact, right, is looking at the future of AI and how it can help in making our KYC validation, identity validation, compliance level a bit better, right? So those are some of the things I see and I'm looking forward to. The advancement in AI technology, the advancement in augmented reality, simply because with the Nigerians in diaspora, they still require a bit of a face-to-face engagement, face-to-face conversation in terms of them being able to see and hear and know about us, right? Not just through digital media and in-app messengers and the like. So I know I was reading recently about the AR technology, and I see that, I mean, with the AR technology, we could have some of the conferences and things, and knowing that with the pandemic, of course, you also have to have technologies that will help you evolve such that you might not necessarily have face-to-face physical contact, but you can still create that avenue and that room for that. So I'm looking forward to those technologies that would have that direct impact, knowing that artificial intelligence would help in automating a whole lot of process end-to-end instantly, and also ensuring that the verification, validation levels and compliance levels between the two countries where the user is operating from would be successful as well.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, so we have about 15 minutes left in this session, and we have 4 questions so far to cover from Slido. So maybe we can just transition directly into that. The first question is actually directly related to the question that you just answered, Bolanle. So maybe Patrick, you can give us your perspective on what is going to be the game changer in terms of technology-driven remittance services to attract second and third generations of Nigerians in diaspora back to Nigeria.
Okay, so I think straight away you can see in the immediate future or the near future, you will see blockchain technology emerging in this space. I see this coming on board and playing a role. Of course, I'm talking about the technological foundation of the of blockchain itself. Cryptocurrency, if accepted by the market, will be one of the spaces that I think people will play in. For now, it's a bit controversial to look at it, but the future will tell how that is going to play out. But then if you are looking at now to 5 years thereabout, I think the mobile money space, a simple technology, is going to reign for a while. Because what is driving all this technology is ensuring that there are absolutely, where possible, no intermediaries. People want to have their monies when they want it. People want to send their money when they want to send it and access it when they want to. And presently, mobile wallets is doing this really well for consumers, and I think it's going to continue for a while. But then I see blockchain technology coming in to even make things much faster, both for the partners and also for the consumers who are in this space.
Great, thank you. Before we move on to the second question, but I just wanted to follow up on something you said earlier about personalized services. How do you see, like, what's the future that you envision in this scenario, and how do you see that really driving remittances home for second and third generation Nigerians in the diaspora?
So I think the way I see this, driving remittance home for second and third generations in diaspora, in terms of personalization, is that with the data that you have, you'd be able to easily understand that customer's behavior, right, and their customer's need. So you can have a product that would work for this particular generation and maybe not necessarily work for this other particular generation. So I feel data insights and data analytics would assist greatly, right, in being able to help in developing those products that will be tailored at those levels of generation, and realizing the value that they would desire, right, which will be different from the rest of the spectrum as well.
Great, thank you so much. Patrick, the next question is directly related to what you had said earlier about cryptocurrencies. So this question for the audience is that cryptocurrencies seem to have had an impact on IMTOs in terms of reduced remittance on their platforms. What is your perspective on this, and what do you think about what the future looks like in terms of competition?
Yeah, so yes, crypto has been a competition in the space, but for us, we see it as one of the competition, and nothing so special at this point in time. Depending on which markets, crypto may or may not be accepted. If you take Nigeria, for example, and as MoneyGram, we have not been impacted by crypto in this space. Presently, when it comes to international remittance, crypto has not played a part strongly in there. We don't do crypto in Nigeria, and we don't have that plans to do crypto in Nigeria anytime soon. And as you know, cryptocurrency is not acceptable or allowed in Nigeria. So in that space, I'll say that we try to stay away from crypto, but from competition point of view, I don't think we've been impacted so far with the emergence of crypto in the market. In the future, maybe yes, it will, but for now, I think it's still at the exploratory stage, and therefore has not had much impact on the business.
Yeah, but do you have any ideas as to how you might react in that future if it ever happens?
Yes, of course. I mean, MoneyGram has the partnership or some kind of arrangement with Ripple for MoneyGram in the US and Mexico. But of course, Ripple, with the ongoing issues, MoneyGram has suspended that. So in that space, I would say that we are way ahead of even our competitors because we have experimented that. And we know how it can help our business and cannot help our business, So if it becomes the mainstream, I would say that we would already be ahead of the curve and ahead of our competition, So we know how that space really operates.
Right. So you're ready for whatever the future holds, basically.
Exactly.
The next question is also for you. Actually, the next two questions are also for you. In terms of financial inclusion, what specific things are MoneyGram doing in Nigeria to improve it?
Yes, so MoneyGram is ensuring that all available channels that will help reach out to all, not just the bank, is deployed in the country as far and as much as the regulation will allow us to do. So presently, we are able to send money to persons who want to pick it over the counter. So this goes to everybody, whether you have bank account or not, and you really don't need to be in the banking space to be able to receive your MoneyGram. You can also receive to your bank account if you do have one. And like I mentioned earlier, with Visa Direct, very soon, persons with prepaid card or debit card will be able to receive monies directly to their cards and access them as and when they want to access them. So we're making every effort to access the channels that are available. We did have partnership with almost all the wallets or many of the wallets in the market until the regulatory changes came to force, making them inactive, right? So every available channel that will allow us to reach every individual in the country is what we are pursuing, and we will not relent on that.
Great. So there's another question for you. Lots of Nigerian banks are launching multi-currency accounts and virtual accounts targeted at the diaspora. It seems everyone is after the launch of IMTOs. How are you? What are some specific things that you're doing to respond to this?
Yes, so all the accounts that are being opened, once those domiciliary accounts are opened and the expectation is to have remittance proceeds into them, then we come into the picture. MoneyGram sends to all these accounts in Nigeria. So if you're a customer, for example, and you are in the US, you can use any of the options that MoneyGram has, and you send money to your consumers' USD account. So yes, the banks are in partnership with us. They are creating and opening those accounts so that the remittances coming through IMTOs like ourselves will get in there, So it's all about increased partnership, increased cooperation in this space. And so far, it's working really well. I don't see it as a competition at all. It's really more of partnerships. And I think it has worked really well. We wait to see how the future, the near future will look like. But from where we sit and what we see, I think we're on the right trajectory, and we should see this growing nicely.
Okay, so what then would you describe as like the biggest threat to MoneyGram right now or in the future? What do you foresee?
So, I mean, of course, when you have number one is regulation, but then I know with the central bank that we have in Nigeria, it will always be in the positive light for us to grow our business, right? So we can put regulation aside. Then you have increased unfair competition by niche players, which is the biggest threat I see for MoneyGram. So if you have players who are not regulated and therefore they work not in the open, they are able to do a lot of things that undercut the legitimate business in the market space. And for me, that is one thing I see as a big threat to the official IMTOs, of which MoneyGram is one in the Nigeria market. So policies that will suppress the let me put illegitimate or illegal markets from operating is what will help the market to grow, and it's one of the biggest threats that we keep an eye on.
Great. Malale, what about for you, for Switch, with more banks really launching into this this remittance space? What would you describe as the biggest threat for Sterling?
So in our own side of things, right, it would be in terms of what regulation would permit. However, we already started off with a model of partnership, so we see it more as growing together, right, to deliver a value and not necessarily competing, right, because at the end of the day, it's the consumer that's at the middle of this application need, right? So we have already started with that model of partnership. So we are partnership inclined and partnership driven. I think the major thing that might hinder us might just be in terms of regulation, if we aren't permitted to go into certain partnerships, if there are limitations with that and all, because we are creating an ecosystem to aggregate different providers and their services so that it makes it easier for the Nigerians in diaspora, right, who would also want to remit money, to make sure that not everything has to end with the funds into people's bank account, but they could actually get that value subscribed for the person. So take it for instance, rather than send money back home to pay medical bills, you can just sign that person up for medical insurance, right? And know that I was able to do that. But in the event where you only send money, you're not sure if that value is really gotten, if that money was actually put to the use you wanted. So we are driven by the partnership methodology, and that's majorly our focus. So we were ready to brace the changes that might arise, but our mindset is all about partnerships and leveraging on partnerships, because with every limitation, there's always an opportunity at the end of the day. So that's what we focus on majorly.
Great, thank you so much. Well, we have 3 minutes to go. So I'll just wrap up now and get any final words from you and Patrick. Patrick, I'll let you go first.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. So first one goes to consumers. And what I'll say is that MoneyGram is doing everything and creating the choices for consumers to be able to do their transactions as easily and as seamless as possible and at the price they will want to pay. And then to partnerships, I'll say that MoneyGram is offering what we call MoneyGram as a service to all partners who want to come on board into this ecosystem and leverage on the MoneyGram global engine to be able to access funds by receiving funds across the globe. So we are open to doing this. And I want to thank you once again for this opportunity, and hopefully we've been able to share something in this space that will be useful to all the participants and the audience. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Patrick. Bolanle, any final words?
Yes, so generally speaking, the essence for the creation of a product called Switch is majorly just to address the pain points that we know that Nigerians in diaspora are currently facing. So the end goal for us, of course, is leveraging on partnerships and being able to subscribe those value addition service providers that we know that people in the diaspora require, and also to help improve their value realization at large. So we work basically by ensuring that we have enough customer insights, customer feedback, and we keep on iterating to improve. So we welcome partnerships because, I mean, we're driven by that. That's the the center of it, to make sure we can provide that service to the Nigerians in diaspora, and they have the assurance of legitimacy of whatever they find on our platform, and in terms of what our partners will also deliver. I'd like to thank Business Day for this opportunity, and Damola and Patrick. It's been nice sitting on this panel together with the two of you.
Great. Thank you so much, Patrick and Bolanle, for taking the time to discuss with us today. I've really learned a lot, and I really hope that the audience has learned a lot as well. Thank you so much. Deborah, I'm going to hand over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damola, as well as all the participants in that panel. It was quite interesting. So before we go to the last panel for today, we will quickly have a 20-minute presentation by Professor Toyin Falola. Professor Toyin Falola is a renowned academician and historian from the University of Texas, Houston. So Professor, the room is yours now, sir.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Diaspora, migrants, Nigeria, they sum up the person you just called Toyin Falola now. And my learned co-panelist, Olushoga, Ogunsanwo, MB, were in the same boat in terms of the use of this label. When you look at our roots, where we have come from, where we are currently, some of our conversation, what we do, our aspirations, and things like that. So, and I will also speak to the Nigerian experience. There's nothing unique about Nigerians and immigration. It's not unique to us. The World Bank figure for 2010 says over 200 million people live in countries other than their own, other than places of birth. And those 200 million are responsible for remittances totaling 325 billion to their home countries, which is a lot of money that you can circulate globally. I sent a PowerPoint in case they want to use it. Statistics, if the organizers want to use a PowerPoint, I sent one to them. And you have various statistics regarding the flow in various countries, the flow that has generated circulation of wealth globally. Tonga, highest flow, 40.2% of its GDP. 38.2% comes from abroad. South Sudan, 35.5%. Lesotho, 20.6%. Gambia, money from abroad in relation to GDP, 14.9%. Nigeria is between 4.9% and 6.1%. All these statistics demonstrate the strength and impact of the Nigerian and other African diaspora in the country. I do a number of things with the African Union, and I'm sure many of you are aware that the African Union has a diaspora policy now labeled as a 6th region. So from the point of view of the African Union, we no longer separate Africa from its diaspora. Very seamlessly, we've begun a process of weaving things together. If you review the diaspora documents from the AU, the recommendation is that there must be a diaspora office. But for COVID, Ghana last year was to launch a major initiative to bring 100,000 from the diaspora to Ghana. And they are changing their regulations in terms of whether you can vote, your capacity for investment, and a number of things. So historically, we have been part of a huge diaspora movement. The Atlantic slave trade, 13.5 million people recorded. The Indian Ocean trade, much older than the transatlantic, saw Africans in China, in India. The silk trade, we were involved with it. Gujarat, Somalia, Madagascar, they were connected historically in a global trade. And today, many of those older routes have been revived. So let me focus on the business dimension of this important issue. If you look at statistics from Nigeria, surveys, Burkina Faso, Senegal, and Ghana, the data tells us that immigrants are mostly within the young workforce. Youth between the ages of 15 and 40, that's very dynamic. And there's a higher tendency to have more skilled Nigerians, like Africans in general, than unskilled ones. In fact, data by 2000 suggests that 8 Africans who migrated had university education. And specific data within the US would put Nigerian immigrants as one of the most educated. I've contributed to some of these studies. I've written books on them. I've convened conferences on the Nigerian immigrant population. We've been able to analyze the reasons, the pull and push, and we've also been able to analyze a pocket of Africans who do not go to the West looking for jobs. They carry their money with them, and we've been able to locate their capacity to buy houses in those places to send their children to school. Part of what you call corruption, money from corruption, has gone into financing of higher education. In other words, somebody steals money in Uganda, somebody steals money in Nigeria. Sometimes we don't calculate those, but they feed a multi-billion-dollar industry granting degrees and diplomas in Western universities. The US, for instance, makes $18 billion. And at one point, the money from education in the UK was competing with the money from oil. And I've illustrated this for you to see how important this is. That which you call sending kids abroad is a flow of wealth also from Africa back home. And part of the recommendations we're also making is that if we develop the schools, if Babcock or private universities have professional degrees, good medical schools, the component of that money can be retained within our country to generate multiplier effects. You can ask me many questions during question and answer time. The members of our diaspora, they face a number of challenges when they leave the country, as in racism, xenophobia, discrimination, issues around insecurity, of self, of people, stress. We've studied specifically in 3 cities in the US, the rise in medical issues along depression, mental illness, tied to considerable stress. And the real problem is the disconnect between degrees and occupations. Usually human beings want to connect them. They want to go to school for medicine or they're good for law. But when you migrate, what you do does not necessarily correlate. You can have a law degree from the University of Lagos, but in Houston, you can be a truck driver. And that in itself generates its own stress level. So you have complained by people abroad that the Nigerian government doesn't support them whenever they're down, whenever they're in trouble. Some people actually want to go back home if the mission had failed, but there's no support system in place and there's no money for them to buy a ticket to emigrate. You saw the example that is brought home very clearly in the case of South Africa, and here peace was able to help some of them. You have issues of branding and image abroad, that the bad manners of one person can be used to stereotype other people. And the way news is being reported is that rather than mention a specific name, if one person in Nigeria commits a credit card fraud, instead of saying Mr. Hazy committed a fraud, they call the person. They stigmatize the entire community and stigmatize the entire country. The response to meet that kind of challenge, to counterattack, has been very weak. And one of the things that the embassies have to do is to have a rapid response unit that will simply say, you cannot use a case of one person to damage the entire country. We have human rights abuses, problems of integration, problems of unemployment and labor shortage. On integration, at the Nigerian hand, we have to begin the process of explaining to would-be immigrants. There is no document, there is nobody telling them about the process, because the stages are many. No matter how lucky you are, no matter how skilled you are, issue of citizen incorporation is the most difficult historically anywhere in the world. I'm from Ibadan. Nobody can just come from Ibadan. You can live there for 20 years. It doesn't mean that the Ibadan people accepted you as an Ibadan person. We call that full citizen incorporation. Even in our country, Nigeria, we have people from Ogbomoso who have been living in Kano forever. That is the only place they know. But it doesn't mean they call them Kano citizen. So the issue anytime you leave your country is, no matter how successful you are, citizen incorporation is something we need to explain to our people. It's so difficult. It operates within the realm of law, established regulations. For instance, I cannot wake up and say I want to be an American president. So you have that complexity that guides people. So how do we solve many of these problems, move forward, advance so many of these projects? You can change the PowerPoint, please. Please change the PowerPoint. Is to begin to look at things from the Western side, the non-Western side, and say, okay, we will get the government more involved. We will have the diplomatic embassies more involved. Communities, associations will get them more involved. I'm the patron of our association in Austin, also the patron of the Yoruba Progressive Union. Historically, immigrants have been able to set up parallel governments of their own. I do naming ceremony, I do funeral ceremony. These are parallel things that we need to work on, create more, welcoming communities. When a new member arrives, We have to link them to older members. We just had a weather crisis here in Texas. I had to go and check many of our students that I can get hold of, look for places to put them and feed them. Those we have to routinize them, we have to formalize them. And how we do that is not just defining our humanity, it's going to be making life more comfortable. And this is something we've been doing even in Africa, way back. City associations. If you live in Lagos and you live Enugu or you live Port Harcourt, you know where you are going directly. I was in Nigeria before when there was no cell phone. People would just appear very early in the morning or late in the evening by your door. You welcome them. And those are the things we have to do. The segment that is of interest to you is the segment of collaboration, partnership that the previous panels addressed, investments, all these are already going on. And they are going on in the 4 dimensions that I put in that PowerPoint. Remittance is key. COVID affected it, but one recommendation which we have to put on the African side is that the interest on those remittances, we have to take more of it. My Gambian friend has established the equivalent of Western Union and Zoom. Indians are established the Zoom with the X. We also have to establish those businesses at our own end so that we're able to leverage and benefit from the interest that is being collected. Many people do not know how finances work. Somebody once asked me a question. If I send $50 by paper from Houston to Lagos, and in Lagos, the person receives $50, how does the company make profit? It's very simple. PayPal will keep your money for 2 days. When you keep somebody's money for 3 days or 2 days, you've already made your profit because you invest it. So you collect $50. Sometimes you don't have to take any fee, any charge. All what you have to say is, I'm not going to deliver your money on the same day. So if you use Zoom, XOOM to India, or PayPal, they wait. Sometimes they wait for 48 hours. And in that 48 hours, they convert your money into good use, pulling millions of dollars into good use. We should begin to talk about brain circulation instead of brain drain, because remittance is not just money. I give free lectures. That's remittance. So there's brain remittance. Before this, I'd participated in another Zoom as early as my own 3 a.m. So we have to increase that capacity, that brain capacity. Where Nigerian universities will have to be saying, Falola, teach for us. This surgeon, teach our students in Lagos. We have to redefine remittance to include the last point there, professional knowledge transfer, and look for organizations that will begin to accumulate them into modules, into capsules, and make them work. Trade, commerce, and investments, they are ongoing thanks to the IT. But the last panel, they were talking about how to do this much better, formalize the process, and make sure that the problem in the case of Nigeria is the same thing you all talk about: infrastructure, electricity. And until we figure out the issue of energy, this is not going to expand considerably. But once we have good roads, we are able to have uninterrupted supply of energy because our people have initiative. Nigerians, we have skills. People are very intelligent. All what we need to do is to convert the negative things they do into positive. The people we condemn as Yahoo boys, if they can flip to the positive side, just flip from that negative to the positive, we will unleash their investment capacity, we will unleash their talents, and we will unleash collaborative efforts. And we have to say, how do we take money from one zone to the other? How do we migrate investments from here and savings from here and use it for development capacity? How do we benefit from the enormous amount of skills that are available everywhere? And how do we say, government, what can you do? What do? You have to harvest this diaspora. There are figures of like 40,000 or so Nigerians in Houston. Nobody is harvesting them. Nobody is harvesting their skills. Nobody is harvesting their bonds. Nobody is harvesting their money. Somebody has to do that. And for us to do that, we must figure out how to end corruption. Because you can't ask somebody who from Atlanta who wants to register a business in Lagos to be paying bribes. It's not going to work. You're already discouraging that person. And the facility to operate a business, to set up a business, to even buy land. You should be able to just stay in your office, in your house, in New York, and buy a plot of land in Ibadan. Rent an office without going through a lot of hassle. That we need to work upon. We have to work upon perception of insecurity, not to talk of insecurity themselves. And we have to tell the government to create an enabling environment that will make things work. Bottom line, all these instruments to create change, all these variables to transform Nigeria are already there. Highly educated people. You don't have to teach our people about entrepreneurship. They have been doing this for centuries. Hausa long distance traders, the Abeokuta Adire people, they have been carrying their clothes to Senegal, to the Gambia for over 200 years. There's nothing that we have to teach our people when it comes to business, other than formalizing many of what they know. I'm very optimistic. I'm very optimistic that if we can stabilize our democracy, reduce our corruption, develop infrastructure, have uninterrupted supply of energy, within, I'm not even talking about a generation, within 10 years, this diaspora homeland will be a win-win for you and for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor, for sharing your in-depth knowledge on the experience of Africans in the diaspora. We appreciate that presentation, sir. Next, we are going to the last presentation for today. And I'm sorry, the last panel for today, which has the topic, Interrogating the Nigerian Migrant Experience. Professor has already thrown a good light into that topic. And talking about Africans in the diaspora, we have our own Lele Balde, who is a Senegalese diasporan, to champion the conversation in this panel. She's going to moderate this panel with the panelists assigned. So, and Lele, happily or interestingly, is, like I said, a Senegalese, but she has also lived in 10 other countries. And she's the editor of Business Day's Weekender. So Lele, the room is yours now.
Thank you so much, Debbie, for that kind introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, or good morning, depending on where you are. My name is Lele Balde, as Debbie mentioned. and I'm currently the editor of the Business Day Weekender. The Business Day Weekender is Business Day's weekend publication. So it's really a pleasure to be with you all today. I'm really excited to speak to our esteemed panelists about, just interrogating the Nigerian migrant experience. This is what the panel is about. And essentially, when new immigrants arrive in a country, it's a whole new world for them. And integration is the initial challenge. In helping new migrants settle in distant lands, networks established by family relationships, ethnic homogenies, religious affiliations play an enormous role. So part of the things that we're going to be discussing are some of the things that Professor Falola was talking about in his presentation. So as Debbie mentioned, I am from Senegal originally. I've lived in 10 countries. 8 of them, I would say, would be on the African continent. And then outside of that, I moved to Nigeria 4 years ago. I was previously living in Canada then. So I guess I have a reverse, not really a reverse, I guess a different migrant experience. So without any further ado, I'd like to introduce our panelists. So Professor Toyin Falola is a fellow with the Historical Society of Nigerian Academy of Letters. He has received various awards and honors, including the Jean Holloway Award for the Teaching Excellence, the Texas Exis Teaching Award, and then the Ibn Khaldun Distinguished Award for Research Excellence. And he is also a distinguished fellow and part of the Ibadan Cultural Group. He has published numerous books, including Key Events in African History, a reference guide, nationalism, and African intellectuals, amongst others. He is also a Jacob and Francis Sanger Mosika Chair in the Humanities at the University of Texas, Austin. So welcome, Professor, and thank you for being with us this afternoon. Next with us on this panel is Miss Ashley Okuosa. Ashley is a Nigerian journalist currently based in Toronto. Her stories on immigration, education, and gender have been published in the Boston Globe, the Christian Science Monitor, Quartz, and others. From 2019 to 2020, she was a grantee at the Brown Institute for Media Innovation, where she helped build Maternal Figures, a database of maternal health interventions implemented in Nigeria over the last 30 years. So welcome, Ashley. It's a pleasure to have you on the panel. And last but not least is Dr. Bashir Olalekan Obasekola, who is Director of Economics at the Finance Department of Independent Media, which is Fashion Press, a publishing house, and a multi-million-dollar Russian-American corporation based in Moscow. Dr. Bashir is a graduate of economics from People's Friendship University of Russia. He came to Russia in 1986 as a private student on the Soviet Union's Friendship Scholarship, and he graduated in 92 with a master's. Dr. Obasekola currently works as a director of economics at the finance department of a publishing house called Independent Media, a multinational corporation, one of the biggest and most renowned publishing houses in Russia. And he's also the continental chairman of the Nigerians in Diaspora organization in Europe, also known as NIDO Europe. So thank you very much to our panelists. I'm now going to ask that you kindly unmute yourself. So welcome to the panel. It's really a pleasure to have you on here. And I think that we really want to learn from your experiences with migration and also just tie it all into essentially what we're discussing today, which is interrogating the migrant experience. So thank you all very much for your time today. We're going to start the panel now. So Professor Toyin Falola, thank you so very much for that very interesting presentation that you gave. You talked about so many points, about racism, xenophobia, insecurity, stereotypes, the fact that qualifications sometimes don't necessarily translate in, depending on where you're coming from. So as one of Africa's most renowned academics, how would you evaluate the impact of your work on academics from other nations, policymakers in the USA and other countries? How has your work shaped the way Africans are perceived?
Thank you very much, Lale. As a person like you, with the credentials of having lived in many countries, you are the right person to lead this panel. So when you write, or when you create, when you paint, when you do any intellectual thing, two things influence you. What do you face? You have to face something. That which you face is what we call the audience. Because if you cannot create an audience, what if your artwork, even the clothes you wear, like the one I'm wearing now, they lack a meaning, because there must be a constituency that is consuming what you're producing. So when I write, I face Africa. All my books are facing Africa because they're my audience. So when I think that way, it means that I'm turning my location into an advantage for my own people. That's what we call a Pan-Africanist project. So my own case is very clear. I don't even have a single Western suit. This is my suit. But there is a generation that is doing something differently, and I appreciate it tremendously. They're not my generation. And we cluster them into cosmopolitans. So they face Africa and face London or Germany. They are Afropolitans. So they can be Yoruba. It doesn't mean they speak Yoruba language. So they are facing multiple places, like Asha's music. Asha Mijela, right? Yeah. Their music is saying, I can play in a French bar, but somebody in Lagos can also enjoy my music. And the way she will package the instruments, the jazz, the guitar, is that she's facing so many places. And when she draws idioms from Lagos, from the Yoruba. You will see so many of those idioms in her music, drawing those local idioms. Love songs, drawing idioms that somebody in Shomolu will appreciate. But somebody in London will also appreciate it. So, and then we have what we call Afrofuturists. The film, the Wakanda, the Black Panther, takes the Afrocentric ideology that I believe in and fuse it with James Bond, with new technology to re-image Africa, to say our transformation will ground it on our history, but we also ground it on emerging technologies. So the generation, your generation, the young generation, you are rethinking the process. Because in my generation, we look organically inside. Yoruba proverbs, Yoruba stories, Nkrumahism, Marcus Garvey, Du Bois, that's my generation. But your generation is now saying, why can't we combine them? Why can't I take their direct cloth in Abeokuta and use it to sew a Western gown? Why can't I say the color blue, which the Yoruba are committed to, I can expand those colors to include yellow and beige and magenta and convert it into a cloth I can wear to the White House. So, and I appreciate all of them, in which each generation is creating new meanings, defining them. And I thank God that people like Chimanda, they are becoming rich, using that literature to face other people. I don't have any objection to that. As long as we remain committed to the project of the elevation of Africa. I appreciate that question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. there's a lot to unpack in what you said, and I look forward to the discussion between the panelists. Thank you very much for that. So Ashley, my next question is for you. It's really a pleasure to have you here. So you work in media, and before I ask your question, I want to set a bit of context for just for the audience. So as you know, Nigeria is the 7th most populous country in the world, with a total of 206 million people, that's an estimate. But in a spring survey in 2018, 45% of Nigerian adults said that they either plan to move countries within the next 5 years or consider getting a different nationality. So, Ashley, quickly, I know that you live in Toronto. How long have you been living there?
I moved to, well, I guess I should start by saying thank you for having me. It's so great to be on this panel with everyone here. I moved to Toronto in the summer of last year, but prior to that, I lived in New York and was there for about 3 years, and then had also gone to college in New Jersey for about 5 years. So all in all, 10 years in the diaspora.
In diaspora, okay. So you work in journalism, and I think that media plays a huge role in how the world views Africa and how we're viewed as a continent. But more specifically, you've reported widely on immigration issues. So I think this is very pertinent to the conversation we're having today. So I'd like to understand your perspective on immigration and immigrant issues that Nigerians face abroad, because when I was speaking earlier, I said that 45% of Nigerians want to leave the country. However, I think that we have some people sometimes have an exalted view of what life can be like once you do leave the country. So I'd like you to talk us through a little bit some of the issues and your perspectives on the issues that Nigerians face abroad.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that question. I think just because of my job, there's a lot of question asking about what these issues might be and what exactly they are. So I feel like my work is really about posing those questions to immigrants themselves. And what what I've gathered, even just in the reporting that I've done, and Professor Valola alluded to this, is the example of adults migrating with skills and that not transferring to their new country, and then having to start all over again in different industries. That's one sector, but you're also looking at possibly immigrants that are my age, like me, that are in these countries and think or have been told that an education from these countries is kind of what we need. So we have an education from Canada, we have an education from the US, and then we're entering the job force. And I've learned, in my reporting that's not always the case. Like it's possible you have an education from some of these countries and you're on a student visa, and then you want to kind of move on from being a student or like a non-immigrant status to being a citizen in whatever way, a permanent resident, and sometimes making that transition is incredibly difficult, even if you've lived in the country for 10 years, even if you have education, even if you have particular work experience. So sometimes that idea of integrating yourself in the country a little earlier might not always be the answer. And then, there's even generations younger, who move under different circumstances. I was reporting a story about families who moved from Kenya, to a city in in Maine that is that wasn't used to sort of having, such diversity, and what, this 20-year period of having, people move from different African countries to this city over a 20-year period changed the framework of this, of this small town, but also how children between the ages of 13 and 16 were then tasked with explaining who they were and what their background was in their schools, and having to have those conversations. And then those things, I think, when you take out the individual experience of the people that have come across and have reported, and our own individual experiences, you then start to look at like the structure. So in the instance of the final anecdote that I gave about children integrating into a school system and having to say, this is where I'm from, and this is my culture, and this is who I am, to people who might not understand that, you then see that there are countries who say, oh, we do appreciate and respect diversity, but then my job is to say, well, what does that look like? What does that look like to say that you appreciate and respect diversity and respect immigrants from different places? How are you setting up a system to understand, to to be in conversation with them, to make sure that they feel welcome in the place where they are? So I think those are just some of the different ways that I think migrating really plays out in real life for a lot of people. There is the perceived notion that moving is one thing, but when I was reporting a story, just last week, I learned that there are a lot of, students my age who finish, and this is in particular in Canada, who finish with a Canadian education and can't find skilled work and are not able to meet the requirements to remain in Canada and become permanent residents and citizens, and they have to go home. So I think it's a very complicated experience. It varies across countries, but those are just some of the things that I've noticed in my work.
Thank you very much for that. That's definitely something for us to explore later on in the panel. So Dr. Bashir, over to you. You've been living in Russia for the past 30 years. And I think that a lot of people have an impression of Eastern Europe, especially as it pertains to members of African descent, Black people, Africans, kind of experiencing racism there. So the fact that you've been living there for 30 years says something. We'd like to get your perspective as a Nigerian person living in Eastern Europe. What's that been like for you?
Yeah, thank you for having me, and good evening to Professor and my colleague Ashley. It's quite interesting to be here. Of course, we are used to Western, part of Europe. By virtue of history, we're colonized by the UK, and of course the Western countries, were very active in Africa. They share Africa, within themselves. But the Eastern Europe were not part of it. So to many of them we're new. We're not, we're just like historical, connections only. Talking about history of migration from Africa to to Europe, and all the subsequent changes that were. That's how they know about Africa. Of course, education was what brought me here, and just like many people who left Nigeria in the in the 80s, in the 60s, and 70s, mostly people leave Nigeria for education purposes. And unlike the trend we have now, people intentionally leave the country for another place, and and that is what's happening. And the same experience, of course, I had. Of course, coming to Russia or Soviet Union in those times when I came, was to come for education. Of course, education were given from different, scholarship here and there and there. We all came here, and of course, we studied. Normally, the process was that, of course, once you finish study, you leave, you go home, and there was no staying back. Even if you are married to the locals, you might, take your family out because they are not used to, I would say there were no proper environment, enabling environment for such type of immigration of different cultures, especially from the Black African part of it. Of course, historically, Russia, Soviet, Russians have been, of course, with Ethiopia. That was the nearest they go to Africa, because I don't know if you know Alexander Pushkin, his grandparents were, Ethiopian, from Ethiopia, and of course he became, a literature icon in Russia, and for part of the people developed Russian language. So that is the way we came here. We studied, and of course, staying back was because of the changes that took place. Now you can see Africans coming with their family intentionally, not only to study but to come and settle down. So we are many here. There are a lot of Africans. We're establishing ourselves, creating, like a prof said, integration. Of course, there are some still stereotypes, which is, of course, understandable, because they don't owe us anything. For example, like when you go to the West, you can push for your right in terms of, say, oh, you came to colonize us, so I can also come here to claim certain things. But here you cannot do that. They never colonize us, so they don't owe us much other than to help us. That is the way they sold the idea of giving us scholarship to their people, was that they are helping Africa after independence. Africa needed, professionals and skilled population. And so they were not expecting that we'll be staying back and become part and parcel of their society. But we have been here, and of course, it have been different changes and different stages. Of course, it wasn't so easy earlier because, like I said, there were no enabling environment for such settlement. But things have changed. We've seen stages when there were violent racism. People were being attacked because of their colors. That was in the early 90s. Because the Eastern Bloc were changing. These things were common then. But as time went by, they also saw the need for them to put regulations and managing the situation. So we are now properly settled. There are changes in their laws, which gives right stages to get citizenship, which were not there also before. But now, if you study, if you are professional in certain areas, you have the opportunity, just like the Canadians do. You can see out some of these things that count for you to make you stay. So that is the way it has been, and it has also taught us to be very communal. Like Prof said. That's why I like the presentation made by Prof. That a lot of things teach you how to survive, to make sure you have integration and assimilate. Culturally, we establish a lot of Nigerian associations. For example, I was, earlier than the Nigerian diaspora, which I'm the continental chairman now. I was also the initiator and the pioneer president of Nigerian community here. So, which was one of the platform to integrate people, give people adaptation processes, give them information, exchange, and establish our culture, because we living in this environment has also taught us to value our culture. Because when you are in a minority, maybe when we're in Nigeria, we never care. But when you come outside, you now know the value of your culture. And the same thing here. So it's a pleasure being in this environment also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bashir. Definitely, I think community, when you're a migrant somewhere else, a sense of community is hugely important. So that's why you find associations of African students, in different universities and so on and so forth. So thank you for that perspective, because I've personally always been curious about what it's like for Africans living in Eastern Europe, especially given some of the stories that I've heard. So thank you very much for that perspective. So one of the things that I wanted us to discuss is the fact that, as much as we're talking about, migration and people leaving countries to, I guess, for greener pastures or going to the West, as they say, I know that in 2016, around 6 in 10 Black Nigerian immigrants in the US, essentially 59% of Black Nigerians had a bachelor's degree or more, which is roughly double that of the overall American population. And we also know that in the most recent US elections, President Biden and Kamala Harris have hired a lot of Nigerians to be part of the government and kind of putting Nigerians in positions of power. A lot of people tend to say that Nigerians are probably the most successful immigrant group in the United States. So this question is for all the panelists, and I'd like all of you to answer if possible. What do you think is the outlook for Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora within the international space? So we're looking at, the US. We've just got an election at the WTO. The IFC also, Maktar Diop was elected, over there as well. So I'd just like to get your thoughts, because, as much as we talk about how difficult the migrant experience can be, we have a lot of examples of very successful migrants in these communities. So I'd just like to get your the panelists' thoughts on that.
Thank you very much. This is also what I do. I study this topic. I've done some conferences on it. And the Library of Congress also took me there for 4 months to actually talk about these issues. So when you talk about a number of topics, you can do it in various ways. You can do it as a set of general statements, as observable statements. What I did is to move beyond that and now began to do what is called survey. Survey means instead of saying you're generalizing what one person told you, we began to study them specifically. And the results are very frightening. First of all, we have that figure you gave, highly educated, but the percentage of job satisfaction is very low. In 3 sample data, as high as 70% say they're not happy. We were not expecting that. And you know, when you see that result, you begin to push, you begin to a bit further to say, what is it that is going on? And as we push further, you can have a BA in English. Take certain disciplines, for instance, which will count into this population. You cannot work with a foreign degree in architecture in the US. So nobody will tell you that. When you leave Lagos, you're happy, you made it first class. It's basically useless. Only 2 states allow you to work with a law degree in the US. Your parents did not know that when they saw you off at the Murtala Mohammed Airport. And then you land in Texas. Texas does not recognize a foreign law degree. So if you finish medicine, if your parents have money and they can keep giving you money for 3 years, you will make it. Suppose your parents don't have money. How do you do the USMLE? I live in Toronto. Actually, I was a professor in Toronto before I came here. And I can relate with what Ashley is talking about. It's a very expensive city. Very, very expensive. We now have, as we begin to study things, stranded Nigerians. Very stranded. The parents have the money for the first year, send the daughter here to come to school. No money anymore by the second year. Can't go back home. She became stranded. So we have all those issues. So the other set of issues we have, which data reveal, we used to think that it is poor people who leave their countries. Our data is now, the data specifically from Lagos, West Africa, Central Africa, it is now the rich people who leave Africa. And that's the problem. Immigrant studies will tell you it's poor people who run away. No. The people who now run away from Africa are people whose parents have money. And that changes the dynamics of things. And there's what we call cultural capital. What is your status before you leave Nigeria? What is your level of exposure? You go to a private school. People are already in Lagos, America or Canada are already in Nigeria as we speak. You don't have to leave Nigeria now. We have Nabelkuta Oshobo. There are people who are Americanized who are already, they know about Canada. The clothes they wear, the food they eat in the morning, their friends, social media. So those already have those cultural capital. And when they come here, they blend much faster. They blend much faster. Finally, as to your point, on the one hand, we have the data you use, and that data is always there in Ghana or Sierra Leone. There will always be successful people anywhere in the world. There's a Yoruba proverb. If you pound yam inside the peanut and you use needle as your pestle, see how small that is. You know how small that peanut is. You pound yam in it. The Yoruba said, from his outcome, some people will be belly full. Excuse my pidgin language. Some people will eat. They'll be full. There's no such country, no such society. You are going to have people who are going to excel. It is what we do with the data that we must be very careful. I cannot use my case as a successful professor and then generalize it. No, it doesn't work that way. Society must care about its weakest member. You understand? If you go to mothers, if a mother has 4 children, do you know the person the mother worries about? They are not the 3 successful ones. The mother worries about the one that is not successful. And if you keep telling her, well, what about the first one who is a doctor? Mm-hmm. What about the second one who is a rich person? Mm-hmm. What about the third one who is the governor of Lagos? Mm-hmm. It is the one that is not successful that the mother is worried about. That is the one that the mother cares about. You cannot have a functioning society until you worry about its weakest member. Leave me alone. I can take care of myself. You understand? I don't need government support. I can take care of myself. The person we have to worry about, whether in Nigeria as immigrants, are people who cannot take care of themselves. And I want to close with a story. And each time I tell this story, I cry. I will just pray I don't cry today. The German Anthropological Society asked me to come and give a keynote address. Anywhere in the world that I go, I look for my people. I look for African communities there or Nigerian communities. I will ask, is there a Nigerian restaurant? If not, is there a Ghanaian restaurant? I will go there. So in this German city, very small city, I went to this restaurant and I ordered food and I saw people who surrounded me. Why are they surrounding me? Then I went to the bathroom and the pans on my leftover. It's the first time in my life that I will see human beings who scavenge for food. I was just crying. I just broke down. Human beings scavenging for food? So I called this restaurant owner. I said, they always come there looking for leftover. So I went back to the university. I said, no, this is what I saw today. So I called Human Rights Community. And they said, it's so common. Later on, if you go to South Africa, it's so common. You will see people on street corners in Johannesburg, in Pretoria, doing nothing, 9 a.m. in the morning. The same thing, Bahia, Brasilia. You find our people in street corners, they don't do anything. And this is where we have to tell the Nigerian government that you can't just say your citizens have made mistakes, abandon them. You can't do that. You can say, we are going to set money aside for rehabilitation. I used to sit on the Commission on Prostitution. And at the meeting, I always look for votes. They said, let's send them back to Lagos or Benin. I said, send them back to go and do what? I said, no, we can't do this. I said, this is the act of wickedness. The person is already weak. Nobody wakes up and say, I'm going to sell my body. Human beings are not programmed to do that. Human beings said, I want to acquire skills and use the skills to make a living. Nobody prays to be a prostitute. That's not correct. I said, you can't send them back to where they come from. We're not going to do that as long as I'm a member of this committee. Why can't we establish trade and give them startup money? That until you do that, I have a forthcoming book on refugees in which you say, get money, keep your citizens at home. They are going to become refugees again. You said you don't want him to be a prostitute in Spain. Go back, you deport the person. What is he going to do? He's going to go to Towing Street in Lagos to be a prostitute. So you have not solved the problem. Do skills transfer and do funding. Have we done this before? Yes. Indians has done that. There used to be an organization in DC called $30 a month, giving poor people $30 a month in different countries. So we need to do three things for me to close. You must recapitalize the poor. Anywhere they are, whether they're in Lagos or Germany or London, you have to recapitalize them. My mother was selling items on a tray. You see, the people you see in Lagos selling bole, you can use that money to send your daughter to the University of Lagos. Well, we have to say, we have to recapitalize our people. We are not talking about millions and millions of money, something to start up a trade. Go and learn something and start up something. We need to do that at the higher level. Secondly, what Dr. Bashir Oba, yeah, reinventing communities. You helping me, me helping you. Outside the network of the state, Africans who have been doing that since the Stone Age. I lift you up, you lift the next person. Two of us lift the third person. And this, we have to turn it into a cultural and political strategy. We have to lift one another. Because sometimes it's just the person is looking for somebody to pay semester school fees. And that's all for the rest of our life. And we have to figure out, using programs like this, take away from programs like this, that we can't just talk and talk and talk without saying this is a concrete outcome of programs like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. You've definitely given us a lot to think about. I just want to remind the participants that you can still send in your questions via slido.com by using the code #BDDT. So just over to Dr. Bashir and Ashley to just add any comments they may have on what the professor just said.
Yeah, thank you, Professor, for that insight. It's of course the value of the migrant in Nigeria, the assets that we are pushing to the world. Why we are celebrating, of course, I can understand what the prof is saying in terms of, we should care more about those people who are not, who are vulnerable, who are weaker. But we do also celebrate those who have made it, who have. The issue is that because the stereotype, the problems of image that Nigerians have been having for years is haunting us. So anywhere, anytime we see a Nigerian who had a breakthrough, we want to grab and say, oh, this is it, this is our own, just to to also show that we are doing, Nigerians are doing great things, which is true, because most of the people who are doing bad things, who are destroying the image, they are few, but just because the sensation that the journalism, my apologies to Ashley, people, they carry it, and because that, it makes a sensation out of it, and it makes the image of the country down. So we do want to celebrate those people who are also doing great. Nigeria are doing great now. You have mentioned those Nigerians who have been appointed in different politically, economically, and socially, even in music, thanks to Nollywood, and all those musicians in Nigeria, they are also making impact. Because I remember I just went to a restaurant and they were playing one of the Nigerian music. I was just shocked. I said, "Wow, this is my home country, music," and and that's it, because it's also, even though they don't understand the language, but they like it, and and that's how when you say it's from Nigeria, it's also a positive thing. So we're trying to promote the positive image of Nigeria by promoting those people who have made it, and also, of course, just also encouraging those who have made it to extend hands of will support, for the people who are just also vulnerable, like the Prof said. The Indians are doing it well. The Chinese are also doing it. The Vietnamese are doing it. The Filipinos are doing it. Even, I'm just mentioning those societies that I'm very conversant with here. Apart from all over Europe, being the chairman of Nigeria's diaspora in Europe, also travel all over European countries. Also see the impact of these diasporans and how they are impacting their people. Of course, just that Nigerians were not used to it. We find it difficult because of the situation at home. People don't believe each other. People don't trust each other. So, so getting them to contribute towards such a fund is a problem. People prefer to do it themselves, but we want to also encourage them. We are looking for, like, if you permit me to talk about the Nigerian diaspora needle, for example, we're reaching out. We want to reach out to the people who are our sport icons. People, when you mention their name, they say, oh, Nigeria, for example, people who knows those people in sports, in all different types of sports. We're going to reach out to them. We're giving, those people who are also in the, the social, what we call it, the music industry, to make them, be part and parcel of, the diaspora movement, so that we can also make impact on our people, not only who are living in Europe, who are vulnerable, but also back home in Nigeria as a collective, force, so that we can also establish ourselves as, diasporas who are contributing positively to homeland development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bashir. Actually, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm actually happy that I went after Dr. Bashir and Dr. Falwe, because I have more questions and just than thoughts. But I think that both contributions are incredibly important, because even when you read that statistic of Nigerians being educated, I remember months ago, maybe it was a year ago, seeing an article, a news article, talking about how Nigerians are the most successful immigrants, at least in the US. And I thought, I was proud, but of course, it leads to questions, because there are a lot of even just the myth of success immigrants. Immigrants are always going to be successful in whatever regarding that we think about people from different countries. So Filipinos in nursing, and so I thought I thought it's true, but then also this needs a little bit more investigation. And I think that even Dr. Bashir's point about the success of our entertainment industry, our music industry. Now, when I talk to people who are not Nigerian, the first thing they think about when they think about Nigeria is Wizkid and Davido and all of the cultural capital, or the cultural commodity, our music, our food, and our dress. And I think that is the success of that, is great. I mean, it means a lot of good things for the country, but I wonder if that success is overshadowing the reality that Professor Falwe pointed out. You can't allow the cultural success and, the fact that we are succeeding, or the Nigerian artists who are winning awards, and there are people doing these things too. That's not the entire story of Nigeria. That's not, so it'll be kind of unfair to have that portrayed as the entire story, when, like Dr. Falwe is saying, that there are obviously a lot of social and economic fractures. So I think the only thing that I even have to contribute is that in both, in both capacities, Dr. Bashir said it and Professor Falwe said it, how are we going to take, yes, Nigeria is, we're so proud of the things that we're able to contribute to the global conversation, but there's so many things that kind of need to be addressed for, our immigrants in the diaspora. So how do we marry those two? How do we marry those two things? It can't be, one or the other. Yeah.
Definitely. Thank you, Ashley, for that. You're right. It's not a one-way street. It's definitely a rainbow of different realities. So I think that it's good that we're talking about both the good parts, but also the things that need improvement. And I know that Professor Falola had mentioned that it's, we should probably try and come up with solutions for the problem. But unfortunately, we only have 40 minutes for this panel, and it's something that we probably need to continue unpacking. But I think it's a conversation that is important to, to start to have. How do we ensure that we include everyone as we talk about these successes? I think that's extremely important. So I would want to move on to the questions from the audience, because we only have approximately 5 minutes left for the panel. So we have a question here from Slido, and it's directed to Dr. Bashir. As a former student in the Soviet Union, and I myself as a former student in the GDR and still, could you imagine collaborating with an Afro-Caribbean group in Germany? NAF. So NAF stands for Network of Africans in Freiburg, Saxony, Germany.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that stretching us of hands of collaboration. Of course, we learn from each other. The Eastern Europe, which of course Eastern Germany was part of it. Then of course the difference is still there. So I think we can share experiences. For currently, I do also share experience, from other European countries that have gone through this type of experiences of. Graduating from studentship to now, by the way, I was also a lecturer in my University of French University before I moved to the commercial business section. So it's a good thing to do, to share experiences and give encouragement and share, and collaborate and solidarize with each other in all these things we're doing. The more we involve the youth, because I'm passionate about the youth, the more we involve them, the better and the faster the process of integration and back integration will take place. Because like Prof said, some of them are also already combining, the culture, blending it together, European culture. And of course, I want to tell you, also we're wearing, Nigerian, sewn material, but sewn in the European way that you can wear it anywhere you are. Yeah. So and it's all over the place now. So and that's I think what the youth are doing and moving that integration towards the system, the world system, so that we will not be left behind in the development of the world. So so let him reach out. We will share experiences and that would be very good. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we've actually come to the end of the panel, but I'd love to get just last remarks, closing remarks from the professor and also Ashley as well. So Prof, we'll start with you, just 30-second closing remarks, and then Ashley, next, you'll go next.
The future lies in the integration of youth, mapping out the areas of their contribution, empowering them to insert themselves in politics, in investments, and because they have the greater capacity for network. And as we saw in the case of the NSAS, they've been able to master the use of social media for global collaboration. That may be where our future lies. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I guess my 30 seconds will also include just thanking you all for having me on this panel and being in conversation with everyone. It was such a pleasure. And I will say that, encourage us and myself to just continue to investigate what it really means to sort of be in the diaspora, and then continue to, I guess, reimagine what that looks like, and then also just make it a more equitable experience for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashley. Dr. Bashir, anything from you?
Yeah, thank you. Just to also thank you and thank you all the organizers. And I think this type of interaction and sharing of experiences will go a long way in fastening, Nigerian development, because that is what we are concerned with. Where we are, they are already developed. So we want to develop Africa, develop Nigeria fast. And that is the essence of where we are sharing this. So being here is part of homeland development. And I think all of us should always, shake the hand across the border, to make sure that Nigeria is, brought to the high level as fast as possible, because that is what we need, fastness of development. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bashir. So as Professor Falola said, the future lies in the contributions of youth. So thank you, Dr. Bashir, Professor Falola, and Ashley Okwasa for joining us for this panel. It's been really interesting speaking to you about reinterpreting or reimagining the migrant experience. I like the fact that everyone has a different experience, so that brought a very interesting touch to this conversation. My name is Lele Balde, again, the editor of the Business Day Weekender, and it's been a pleasure speaking with you. And I'm going to hand over to our managing director, Dr. Ogo Okiti, who's going to close us off. So thank you very much for being with us today, and I look forward to speaking with you offline. Thank you.
Lily, thank you so very much for moderating that session. And as I close this meeting, I think there's just one or two things I have to say. And my home perspective is that Nigerians living in diaspora are gifts to the world. They are gifts to the world. And of course, they are also gifts to Nigerians. So, but whenever you open any gift or whichever way you look at gifts, there are different dimensions and there are different challenges and there are different uses of gifts. So this conversation since the start has always been, how do the world use the gift that comes from Nigeria? And of course, how do Nigerians benefit from the gifts that they have sent to the rest of the world? And of course, this conversation will continue. How do we continue to optimize this gift so that Nigeria can continue to benefit? As the last speaker said, how do we make faster progress, benefiting from the experience that we have gained in the diaspora? And of course, how do we continue to contribute the best to our host countries? So these conversations will definitely continue. But on that note, I want to say thank you to all our speakers, our panelists, joining us from all over the world, from Europe and from other places that you have joined us today. We thank all those panelists also, all those panelists that joined us even from home here, sharing their own perspective, maybe because they've been abroad before, and of course, sharing their perspective while they were away. I thank you all. And I want to thank all the moderators. And of course, I thank all those that have participated today. Most especially, I want to thank you, our audience, for staying to this time, learning, gaining insight, and of course, hopefully that the experience that we have shared here today also resonate with you. And I want to thank NIPCOM for sponsoring this event, for partnering with us. And I look forward to more conversations like this. Until then, thank you so very much for your time and for the energy that you have shared with us here in Business Day today. I pray that you have a good Business Day afternoon. Thank you and God bless you. Bye-bye.
At Business Day, we help investors as well as business executives, professionals, bankers, lawyers, and government policymakers around the world to get access to authoritative business news and financial intelligence. We are a trusted and award-winning media platform providing superior business, financial, and management intelligence across Africa for entrepreneurs. Through our global network of business journalists and partnership with The Economist and The Financial Times, we equip you to get ahead of the competition. To discover a world of business opportunities and intelligence that keep you ahead of your competitors.